Good morning, Joyetta.
Good morning, everyone.
Joyetta, I just want to confirm that I'm sharing my screen properly, yes?
Yes, you are. We
All
are
right.
good to go.
Excellent.
YouTube and all.
All right.
Good morning and welcome to the December 19th, 2024 Historic Preservation Review Board. My name is Monique Heath, the chair of the board. Public notice of this WebEx meeting and participation instructions have been emailed to the project applicants and the HPO mailing list and posted on the Office of Planning website. The meeting is live streamed and archived on the Office of Planning's YouTube channel. Please be aware that if you're watching on YouTube, you cannot provide testimony. Those wishing to provide testimony must register in advance and join via WebEx. I want to ask each board member participating in today's meeting to please turn on their cameras, and I'll do a roll call to identify who's present. We'll start with Board Member Auerbach.
Good morning. Board Member Auerbach is present.
Good morning. Board Member Bell. Actually, I now recall Board Member Bell will not be joining us today. So Board Member Marzella.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
Can, yes.
Great.
Good morning. Board Member Miller.
Morning. Board Member Miller's present.
Good morning. Board Member Failer.
Good morning, Chair Heath. Board Member Failer present.
Excellent. And Board Member Williams.
Good morning, everyone. Board Member Williams is present.
Excellent. Good morning. And so we do have a quorum for today's meeting. So I'm going to go through a few procedural points before we begin the meeting. The camera function has been enabled for presenters and board members. At the beginning of each case, cameras can be turned off so that the focus is on the presentation slides. When cameras are turned off, we ask that each person speaking identify themselves. I'll first ask HPO staff to present their report and evaluation of the case, and then I'll ask the applicant to present their project plans. HPO has preloaded the plans provided by the applicant and will advance the slides upon request. Following the applicant's presentation, we'll hear testimony from ANCs, community groups, and individuals who have registered to speak. The camera function is not available for those providing testimony. After all testimony has been presented and the board is ready to ask questions and deliberate, I'll ask board members, staff, and the presenters to turn on their cameras once again. After the board is finished deliberating and taken a vote on the project, cameras can then be turned off again for the next presentation. In accordance with the ANC Act, the Historic Preservation Review Board is committed to giving careful considerations to the community and ANC comments that we receive. Our regulations require us to give great weight to properly adopted written recommendations of ANCs in the matters that come before us. To ensure that great weight is given, the board discusses and addresses each issue or concern raised in ANC resolutions as part of our deliberation and includes that discussion in the public record of the case as recorded in the live videos of our meetings. Following the meeting, on the board's behalf, HPO archives the video recordings on the HPO website, keeping them accessible to the public. They prepare a written summary of the board's actions, which includes a report of our findings and conclusions on any issues and concerns raised in ANC resolutions, articulating with particularity and precision our reasons why the ANC did or did not offer persuasive advice. And then they post them, the written record on the HPO website 1 week following the meeting, keeping it permanently accessible to the public. Steve, are there any updates to our agenda this morning? Don't believe I've seen any.
No, other than our 10 o'clock start time.
Sure.
No other changes to the agenda today.
Okay, perfect. So we're gonna proceed with our one consent calendar case first. That's in the Woodley Park Historic District. Does anyone have any comments on this case?
I do, Chair Heath.
Go ahead, Gretchen.
Glad to. There are 6 things that I have. One is I'd like the applicants to be very clear with the staff what their preservation plans are for the building generally. especially because they're noting specific things like thermal performance of the walls, U values, although there's a typo in it for the windows, and the walls and the roof. I just want to make sure that it will not harm the existing historic materials, and that they have a plan that integrates that. As we all know from practicing and doing this kind of work, it's not impossible to have those be compatible. It just needs some attention and thought to do that. The second is the 5-foot parapet that's noted should be measured from the roof, not the surface of the finished deck. And I'd ask staff to work with the applicant to just provide a parapet height that's required by code, not more than that, because the 5-foot sticks up a little bit. You can see it. So it'd be nice to have it just be the code minimum. It would also save the applicant on some construction and material costs. Then there is a note about several of the windows. It's not clear to me what's being opened and demolished, if windows are existing within the walls and just were closed in, but the whole scale of demolition. I understand from staff that the building has been significantly reworked. I would just like the applicant to be very clear with staff what is existing to be removed, and in particular, if there are existing windows to be removed, and they're talking about replacement windows, I would encourage them to work with staff to consider the feasibility of restoring the windows. Any new window you buy is not recyclable and reusable the way that a historic window would be. And so with a small investment of restoring the windows, you can get another good amount of life out of them sometimes, depending on their condition and configuration. Certainly if they're an earlier, less quality replacement window, that would be a whole different dialogue. But if they are the original windows from the construction of the building, there's still some life to be garnered and amortized out of them. So they could also save some money for the full life cycle consideration. Then just getting off my soapbox related to that, I think also it should be clear what's being changed on the landscape, and should be clear with staff as to what's being changed, because it sounds like staff had some good recommendations about what could be done with the landscape, and it would be nice to have it be fitting contextually within the context of the historic district by making those modifications recommended by staff.
All right. Thank you for those. Anyone else have comments on that case? All right. So I will make a motion that we support the single case on our consent calendar agenda with the comments that Gretchen has provided, and ask for a second.
Second.
Okay. Thank you. Can't tell who that came from. I saw Gretchen, but I heard somebody. Oh, Bill.
Oh, that was me, yeah. Or Gretchen, it's
You
fine.
can second it. No, Bill, you can second it. It's fine. I welcome the support.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Bill. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Anyone oppose? Great. So we are ready to move on to our full agenda for the morning. Our first case is in the Capitol Hill Historic District at 16 3rd Street Northeast. We'll hear from staff and then the applicant. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Jack Jones with HBO staff. You previously saw this concept come in November. It is for the demolition of a rear L and construction of a rear L. When the board reviewed the project in November, it did not take a vote, but generally supported the facade rehabilitation and removal of the rear L wing, but asked the applicants to revise the plans to include less demolition and to retain the rear mansard roof. So the revised concept calls for the same scope of alterations to the front facade and removal of existing rear L as previously proposed, with a revised plan for a new 3-story rear addition. The upper story of the addition has been reduced and set back to retain a distinctive mansard roof, with a dormer window on the northern side converted to a door opening for a narrow hallway with a curved roof that connects the existing 3rd floor to the addition. On the interior, there is still some demolition occurring, but the scope of that has been reduced as requested in the last meeting. And the proposed changes on the front facade are consistent with the board's regulations for windows, doors, siding, basement windows. While the two-story L-wing on this house is likely original to the building, its integrity has been compromised by later alterations and additions, as have others in this row. By setting the third floor of the new addition back and creating a small access hallway out of the existing dormer window, the revision to the rear addition preserves the distinctive rear mansard roof. The more visible portions of the mansard, including the southern half and top, will remain visible from the alley, which is Terrace Court. And HPO recommends the board find the project compatible with Capitol Hill Historic District and delegate final approval to staff. And I will stay on the line to answer any further questions, but I will hand it off to the applicant to give their presentation.
Thank you, Jack. As Jack mentioned, we were here in November presenting the project, so I'm going to go through quickly the initial slides showing the site area. If you could go to the next slide, please. Again, this is the front elevations along 3rd Street, showing number 16 and the adjacent properties. The lower images show the materiality of number 16 as well as the adjacent properties. Next slide, please. This diagram shows the historic development of the site and the adjacent properties over time. So the red indicates 1-story additions, blue 2-story additions, green 3rd floor addition, and the yellow dot hatch indicates roof decks. The red linear hatch indicates buildings that have been removed. The green hatch indicates a removed front porch or planned porch never built. So as you can see, there has been significant modification of the rear of the site and the adjacent properties over time. Next slide, please. The image at the top shows the existing condition of the site at in 1901. Number 16, number 18, and number 20 all built on the same permit and share a similar mansard roof condition, as well as a similar rear L. The photos below show the existing conditions as they are currently of number 16 and the adjacent properties, and this basically shows the development that has occurred over time. You can see the various roof decks at number 18 and number 20, as well as modifications that have been done to those immediately adjacent properties. So the next slide shows views of the adjacent properties from number 16, as well as some views closer up from the alley. Next slide. This slide shows the photos of the properties across the alley from number 16. So you can see there's also been significant modification to those properties as well. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, thanks. This sheet shows various images of the existing conditions at the rear L of number 16, with the aluminum siding and vinyl windows, and showing the water damage as well. Next slide. So as we mentioned before, or during the last presentation, we had a structural survey done of the rear L, showing that the existing structure does not comply with current required member sizes. There's significant sagging. You can go to the next slide. Happening to the floor structure, and it would require significant rebuilding. Next slide. And then these are photos showing the interior of the rear L, showing water damage, and you can see the structural sagging as well. Next slide. So based on the feedback at the last meeting, we have been really studying the rear addition and trying to better understand its impact to the immediate site and its surrounding properties. So we have modified the rear addition. Next slide. So this next slide shows the alley area, and then we have different photo markers where we've been studying how the addition looks in the site. So you can see there's one view from further away at the edge of the church, a view from the church parking lot, and then a view from the alley entrance at A Street. Next slide. So as we've done the research, we've discovered that the left-hand dormer is very much obscured by the roof decks at most of the views from the alley. So in order to maintain the existing mansard roof and dormer as much as possible, we've focused our concerns with the right dormer and the mansard roof. We looked at how the internal connection would work to the new addition, and we studied different ways that we could connect to the addition without touching the mansard roof or the dormers. And it became evident that if we made that connection outside of the dormer, then the right-hand dormer, which is the most visible, would be obscured. So the left-hand image here, so this is the view from the corner of the church, shows the existing view where you can see pretty clearly the right-hand dormer as well as the profile of the mansard roof. And the right-hand image is our schematic proposed design showing the new addition, as well as you can see the rear dormer and the mansard roof profile is still very evident in this view. Next slide, please. So this view is taken from the church parking lot, so it's a little bit closer in and also at an angle. The existing mansard roof is barely visible. You can see in the left-hand image due to the projection of the additions at number 14. The neighboring mansard roofs at number 18 and number 20 are also blocked due to the rear roof deck additions at those properties. So the mansard roof is not visible. The proposed image on the right shows the new addition. And as you can see, it's not out of place with the 3-story buildings at number 22 on the left and number 10 on the right. Next slide, please. This view is taken from the alley entrance near A Street. The existing left-hand image, you can see that the mansard roof and dormers at number 16 are not visible due to the roof deck additions at number 18. The proposed image on the right shows the new addition with the connection from the addition to the rear dormer. And as you can see in the image, that connection is not visible due to the roof decks blocking that view. Next slide. So these are the updated elevations with the new design. So the image on the left shows the existing rear elevation. So you can see the mansard roof and the 2 dormers, and then the right elevation, the proposed elevation, shows the new 3-story addition, but also shows the existing mansard roof and right side dormer being retained. So the 3 stories at the alley side, and then it drops back to 2 stories, separating it from the existing main building, aside from that minimal connection with the curved roof happening through the left-hand dormer. The new windows are aluminum clad windows with 2/2 design, and the proposed siding at the rear is a Hardie type siding. The new window at the 3rd floor dormer is a casement with a false check rail to accommodate egress, but still maintaining the look of a double hung window. Next slide. The drawing at the top is the existing side elevation, and the drawing below is the proposed side elevation. You can see the high point of the addition is separated from the main mansard roof by a small connector. And then the mansard roof is still the tallest roof in that elevation. Next slide. The drawing on the left shows the front elevation, and the existing drawing. The drawing on the right is the proposed elevation. As we discussed, new 2/2 double hung windows with operable wood shutters. This hasn't changed from the last presentation. We are replacing the existing windows on the first and second floor at their current locations. The dormer windows at the third floor will be new casement windows with false check rail to meet egress code. But those again are installed at their existing locations, and then a new door and transom will be installed in the existing front door opening. The existing aluminum siding will be replaced by new wood siding. The stone porch will remain, and there is a basement window well that is not visible as it will be covered by an operable grate. Next slide. So the next drawings show the proposed demolition plans. So this is the basement demolition where we're proposing removing the existing partial rear basement of the L. Next slide. And then the proposed demolition at the first floor. So as discussed, we would be removing the rear L, and then there's also some additional interior demolition at the main building. Based upon feedback at our last meeting, we've tried to reduce the interior demolition. We're still waiting on a structural report for the main building, but we're currently planning on retaining the existing floor structure. The majority of the demolition at the main block is due to replacing the existing stair with a wider code compliant stair with taller guardrail. And in order to maintain the required hall width, we have shifted the bearing wall to be code compliant. Next slide. This drawing shows the demolition work at the second floor, again with the removal of the rear L. We've retained a larger portion of the existing interior walls at the second floor from our last meeting. There is demo at the existing bathroom. And then we would plan to retain the existing floor structure pending any issues with the structural report. Next slide. So this is the third floor demolition plan. As you can see, we've maintained the existing front and rear walls at the mansard roof. We are removing a portion of the wall below the existing window at the dormer at the hallway due to the connection where we will meet up with the addition. Next slide. And then these are the proposed plans. So the proposed basement floor plan, where we will be introducing a new basement underneath the existing main structure, as well as the new addition. Next slide. This drawing shows the proposed first floor plan with the rear addition. Not much has changed. We've tried to maintain more of the existing. So at the front entrance, we've maintained the existing double doors entryway there. Next slide. Then this is the proposed second floor plan. And you can see we've tried to maintain more of the existing interior walls. Next slide. And then the proposed third floor plan, where you can see the existing main block, as well as the addition at the rear and the small connector between them. There's a low roof between the mansard roof and the new addition, really delineating the mansard from the addition. Next slide. And then this is a building section cut through the main block, the connector, and the new addition, showing the different heights. And that's all.
Thank you. Can you go back to the section through the mansard and showing its connection to the existing and new.
The plan,
It's one of that section.
that was the last slide.
No, I thought there was another one previously that showed the extent of mansard that's maintained.
Maybe the side elevation view.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's
This-
401, maybe. .402. Yes, is this the one you're talking about?
Yeah, yes, that's it. Okay, so you're maintaining the mansard in full, correct? You're creating
Correct.
a corridor through one of the existing openings.
Yeah, so we
Right.
would maintain that existing dormer,
Mhm.
but remove the window and then the portion below so that we could create a door opening to that connector hallway to the addition.
Okay, all right. So from the rear, you only see a portion of the mansard, but it's all still there.
Correct. In studying the views, we really tried to account for maintaining the right side dormer if you're looking at it from the rear, which we feel is the more evident dormer as you look around views from the alley. And
Okay.
you can also see that edge profile of the mansard roof more evident on that side as well.
Right, okay. Do other board members have questions? Any,
This time, Chair Heath.
go, did you, Patrick?
Yes, I do have
Go
a,
ahead.
so I guess I was just taking a look. I appreciate what the applicant has shared. And I'm just taking a look at the rear elevation, as proposed. I think it's on sheet A401. And I'm just taking a look at the rhythm of the doors on the first floor and the windows above. I think they're actually well done, and I just wonder if maybe the rhythm could be a situation where those features could be centered in that rear elevation. I think that would actually be a little bit nicer.
Yeah, so currently it's not centered due to the kitchen, but we can certainly look at it to try to center it on that rear wall.
Yeah, and I think I took a look at the floor plans and it didn't look like there was anything impeding that from happening. So I do believe that if that could happen, and certainly doesn't look like there's any impediment, that it would be an enhancement to what you're proposing.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Andrew, did you have a question? Okay, all right.
I did not.
Okay, all right. Then I am going to shift to public testimony since we do have Beth Purcell registered to speak this morning. We'll hear from her and then we can come back to the board for additional questions.
Good morning, board members. This is Beth Purcell from the Capitol Hill Risk.
Good morning.
You can hear me okay. Our concern.
You sound very faint. If you could just speak really loudly, maybe that might help.
Okay, all right, thank you. Our concern is with retaining the rear mansard. We believe that the mansard means the mansard roof with its dormers, which together form a unit, the character defining feature. The applicants plan to denude the mansard by removing one of its dormers. The third floor addition is set back and one of the dormer windows will become an exit. Thus, the revised plans retain only one half of the mansard roof and dormer window. Secretary of the Interior's regulations state that shall not destroy his materials that characterize, which is what we believe would be happening here. I believe that the revised plans compromise the integrity of the rear mansard. There's been testimony that other previous changes to how undermine their intent. We believe that this project, if it goes forward as suggested, will just add to this diminution of integrity. We also know there's been discussion of visibility. We believe the test should not be visibility as of today, but rather what these proposed changes would do to the character defining features of these mansards and their dormers. We believe that the current plans do not comply with the board's direction and that the project at this point is not compatible with the Capitol Hill Historic District. And thank you for considering our comments.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell. Board members have any questions for her? If not, I will allow the applicant to respond.
Sure. I do think that, I know you aren't concerned about the visibility that's there currently, but I do think that is a factor in this site. There has been a lot of work at the rear of the block in general. And so I think what we are trying to do is more of a compromise to allow for the homeowners to make improvements to the property, but also retain some of that historic fabric. And we've looked at ways that we can do that. And the alternative to, not having the connection between the left-hand dormer and retaining it is that the right side dormer would be blocked because we would need another way to get up to that third floor. And we really felt that maintaining the right side addition was more important as it is more visible, whereas the left dormer is very much concealed.
Okay. Any questions from board members? Any final questions? All right. Then if not, I will ask board members to turn on your cameras. I do want to note for the record that we have the ANC's letter in the file. They are in support of the concept with the exception of any removal of the mansard or existing dormers, as they also find them to be character defining and feel strongly that they should be maintained. So is the board ready to deliberate on this? If so, does anyone have strong feelings that they'd like to share as a start? Or I'll just say, would anyone like to start? Whether you have strong feelings
I'll start the dialogue at least.
Sure.
I really appreciate everything the applicant's done in providing additional information and retention of existing materials in the building, and starting to consider the mansard roof. However, I don't think this really meets the goals and the recommendations that we had for compatibility within the historic district, because this is one of 3 built with the rear mansard, and it is an important character defining feature then of those structures. I don't feel like this sufficiently meets our requirement for the rear mansard in particular. I do think that all the other things that we asked about and requested were met and exceeded and done very well with staff. And so I really appreciate all of that. I just don't feel like what's proposed is acceptable for the mansard roof.
Gretchen, do you think, because I was struggling looking at this elevation, the proposed elevation from the rear, do you think it's really the third floor of this rear L that's causing the issue?
Yeah.
Even if that goes away, the mansard is still visible, the dormers are untouched and visible. and you still have the ability to see this unique character defining feature. It seems like that is really the problem.
Yep.
And I don't know, it seems, I appreciate the applicant trying to do their best to work around that, but I just don't see any way to maintain the third floor without diminishing this feature. So that is my thought as well. Anyone else have thoughts on this?
Well, I guess I had more of a question.
Mhm,
than a
sure.
comment. I appreciate what Gretchen and yourself, and you have said, and I too struggle a bit when I was taking a look at the drawings myself over the last couple of days. But I wonder also, in regards to the views, that it is from the alley, does that somehow then put more of a impetus on us to think of how stringently we can look at that degradation to the mansard roof?
Historically, well, I guess sure you could answer, but I would say, in my opinion, it hasn't been that position of the board because alleys are an important part of the structure and the character of the historic district. And so alley facing structures and the details of those structures it contribute to the character of the overall district.
Okay, understood.
Right.
Understood.
Yeah, we do pay significant attention to alley facing
Understood.
facades and dwellings.
Yeah.
I would just note that the preservation standard that we have is view from public space. So for the most part, if there's a public space alley, then the view from that alley would be part of our purview.
Understood. I appreciate it. I think then, yeah, definitely it does suggest in my mind a problematic in regards to that third floor, and it seems like the resolution would to not have it. Yeah.
Right. Does anyone have opposing thoughts to that you want to discuss?
Are we allowed to comment at all or no?
No, this is just the board's deliberation. So by anyone, I meant board members. Just to be clear. All right, then if not, I think all other aspects of this concept, the board has previously indicated support of. I think I would believe we're still in support. And so I will make a motion that we approve the concept with the exception of the third floor in support of maintaining the mansard and dormers and visibility of such.
Second.
Is that okay?
I'll
All
second.
right. Any further discussion? Then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Right, anyone opposed? Okay, then the motion carries. Thank you. Thank you to the applicant and participants. We're going to move to our next case, which is in the Sheridan Kalorama Historic District at 2120 S Street Northwest. We'll hear from staff and then the applicant.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning. This is Steve Colcott, and this is a project in the Sheridan Kalorama Historic District at 2120 S Street. As you see, the building on the subject building on the slide, it was built in 1959 as one of a row of 3 houses and you can see the flanking house on the left is still there. The house on the right, however, was substantially expanded both forward and with an additional floor added just before the historic district was established. This house has been somewhat altered with the addition of the front portico, but otherwise is presumed to be largely intact. However, the 1959 date of construction puts the building outside of the period of significance for the Sheridan-Kalorama Historic District, which is from 1890 to 1945. So it isn't listed in the nomination as a non-contributing building. The proposal calls for constructing a rear addition as well as a vertical third floor addition flush with the face of the existing building with a new pediment on top of that third floor. There would also be some site work both in the front and the rear. The standard for non-contributing buildings is to ensure that alterations are compatible with the character of the historic district, rather than the more stringent standard for contributing buildings, which is to, quote, retain and enhance the character-defining features of those properties. HPO believes that the proposed additions, window and door replacements, the stone cladding on the front portico, and the site alterations are compatible with the Sheridan-Kalorama Historic District in size, scale, materials, detailing, and architectural character. The proposed three-story height and ordered symmetrical elevation is consistent with the height and classical or revival styling that predominates in row house design in the historic district. So we are recommending approval of the concept and final approval, construction approval to staff, delegation of final construction approval to staff. Since the staff report was put out, we have received a number of letters from individuals as well as organizations within the neighborhood, some of which are raising questions about whether or not this building should be classified as contributing or non-contributing, and whether there should be a more general reassessment of the period of significance for the Sheridan-Kalorama Historic District. We did not receive that information in time to fold it into the staff report, but if the board would like, I would like to have the public testimony heard after the applicant's presentation, and then come in at the end and give a response to that and a suggested way forward for this project and for how we deal with this issue in a broader way. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant and have them make a presentation so you can understand the full proposal.
Thanks, Steve. Hi, everyone. My name's Adam Green. I'm the architect for this project and representing the owner. And I'm going to walk through our presentation that we've shared. So, Steve, could you advance just to the next slide? Thanks. So, a lot of this slide is from the staff report that Steve just read. The house was constructed in 1959, along with the two flanking buildings that are attached to the building. In 1988, one of the buildings, 2122, was modified, and similar 2118 S Street was also modified. And as Steve mentioned, we're calling for a new enclosure with stone cladding at the front portico. We're adding a partial third floor aligned with the front facade, and then enclosing the existing rear deck from the porch. From a development standard, we're building within by right with the zoning district, which is an R3 district, and not seeking any relief from a zoning perspective. Next slide. So here's a little bit more context from the front slide. The top left is 2118 S Street. You can see the original brick facade with the one-story structure out in the front. top center is our structure. It's an existing brick building with, you know, stone cornice at the top, and then to the right is 2122 S Street, which, as Steve mentioned, was modified in 1988, which is, you know, has added a third floor aligned with the front facade projected off the front, and we took a lot of our cues, you know, from the formal nature of this building and the other adjacent buildings in the neighborhood to, you know, bring this facade up to a more formal facade that would relate to the Sheridan Colorama historic district and neighborhood in general. Next slide. This is the rear of the property, just for reference. You know, on the top left again is 2122 S Street, which has, again, a partial third floor, which you can see, which we're taking cues from that as well. So, you know, we're proposing a roof deck off the back of our new third level and enclosing the existing porch as shown in the slides. Next slide. So here's a quick site plan view that's, you know, overarching, just to understand all of the components from the top. So from page left, you know, we're looking to reclad the existing portico. We're going to do that in cast stone. There's an existing areaway at the front of the building that we are going to increase so that it meets egress requirements for a bedroom in that level, the lower level. And then you can see the extent of our third floor addition, which is around 1,000 square feet with a new outdoor space at the third level. And then page right, you can see an outdoor terrace, which is on top of the new enclosed rear porch. And then, as Steve mentioned, you know, we're also showing some hardscaping work in the backyard, which would include a plunge pool and a new access from our sunroom enclosed porch down to the backyard. Next slide. So here's, you know, the 2D elevations of what we're proposing. On the right is the front elevation. You can see the difference between the proposed and existing, where we're proposing to add, you know, another level of a brick with cast stone details carrying the window openings directly up to create a nice formal facade. And then, as mentioned, you know, we're adding a cast stone entry piece with a cast stone cornice at the top, and then the bottom right you can see the new area well that we're creating, and with a new window. All of the windows are going to be replaced in kind with, you know, proposing aluminum clad windows. At the rear of the property, the existing brick level, you know, is 3 stories with the below the basement level being at grade. And above, we're showing this recessed partial third floor with a roof deck with a glass terrace, glass railing system, and large openings to face south. Next slide. So this is a partial elevation view showing the condition with a shared property at 2118 S Street. We are proposing to, at the shared wall, extend a brick that wraps around from the front facade and carries up above to the side of the property. And then on the left side of the page, you can see the continued detail of the sunroom that's been enclosed and the railing for the second floor terrace. Next slide. This is our shared wall with 2122 S Street. And this is a building that has an existing third floor that we're abutting against. Next slide. I'm going to run through these quickly. But this is from the basement level. We're showing again on the left the area well On the right is the rear
If you could
yard. with
pause for a
the
second, we're getting an echo. I could ask Emily. Emily, it looks like we're getting an echo from you. If you could mute.
Oh. Okay.
Thank you.
She's muted. Thanks, Monique. On the right side is the rear terrace that we're showing with hardscaping, including the plunge pool and enclosed deck. Next slide is the first floor, which is showing the cladding, the new enclosed sunroom, and steps down to the backyard. Next slide is the second floor, which is an existing level with new walkout access to the rear terrace, and you can see the roof for the new entryway. And then the top level, next slide, is showing our proposal that again carries the windows up from the front facade and then opens up towards the south, or with a terrace. And then the next slide is a rendering showing how this would look in a more realistic sense, with stone cladding being very compatible with the neighboring building at 2122 S Street, and a formal facade that relates to the magnitude of the historic structures in the historic district. And then the last slide is a view of the rear yard, which again is this enclosure, mostly glass and metal with new aluminum clad windows and a roof deck on the third floor. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Do board members have any questions?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right. We do have quite a few people who have registered to speak on this application this morning. So just as a reminder, the board standard procedure is that each person providing testimony will get 3 minutes to speak. Those who are representing public organizations, community organizations, please let me know. You'll be given 6 minutes, and I will keep time. So I'll let you know when you've reached your time. We're going to start with Cynthia Giordano.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Sure. We can, yes.
Okay. Do I need to turn my camera on, or I'm happy with it?
Doesn't matter, just speak.
Okay.
Just speak.
All right.
Yep, you're good.
Thank you. My name again is Cynthia Giordano. Good afternoon. I'm sorry. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am an attorney with Saul Ewing Law Firm, and I represent the 2 adjacent property owners that flank the subject property. They're very concerned about the impact of the third floor on their houses, and they feel that a full review by them with the staff report, to include the issue regarding the contributory status of the subject property as well as their properties, should be available before the board deliberates on this. And we ask that the board postpone deliberations and leave the record open for that. The nomination itself indicates that properties that become more than 50 years old should be reevaluated at that time for contributing status. And of course, contributing status is pivotal and critical to the board's evaluation of this proposal. Their concern stems from, again, the third floor that's proposed. They both have windows on the party wall that would be subject to closure if the third floor commences. And those windows, they had no expectation that they were at risk because of the historic district. So the windows are very relevant to this analysis. They do not oppose the alterations in the rear, even though they will impact their privacy of their rear yards, but the third floor is a critical issue for them. So again, we are requesting that the board postpone deliberations and allow for the property owners to review a written analysis of the contributing status of all three of the subject properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve, I'm going to ask a question about that. Is that something that the staff has considered in the past, or has that been considered with respect to this property and its current status?
As a practical matter, we have, when cases have come before the board, and I've found 6 over the past 10 or 12 years that have come before the board regarding non-contributing buildings. In none of those instances, what did the staff do that analysis, nor did the board ask for that analysis, nor was it raised by the community as an issue. It was largely accepted that buildings that were non-contributing were non-contributing. And instead, the focus of the reviews was ensuring that the alterations that were made were ones that were generally compatible with the character of that context and the broader historic district. So it has not been the practice that we have done a building by building evaluation to determine whether or not buildings should be reclassified as contributing. In this particular instance, we did discuss it at the staff level. And we're concerned about this particular building and this row of 3 buildings, given how altered, fundamentally altered the one on the right is, and the one on the left has a large garage building that's been constructed in front of the building. It's not clear to us, we didn't want to go onto the property, whether or not that the construction of that garage resulted in alterations to that building. But as an ensemble of 3, which again, we sort of believe was probably designed as a coordinated row of 3, we thought that the notion of that had been lost in this particular row. So even if if we went through the exercise of determining whether it was contributing or not contributing, there's clearly been some significant loss of integrity of that row of 3. This building is probably the least altered of the 3. It merely has, as far as we know, the only major alteration is the construction of the front portico, which was not part of the original design. But again, the board's general practice, the staff and the board's general practice over the years has not really resulted in these case-by-case reevaluations, and instead we've reviewed projects for general compatibility with the character of the historic district.
Okay, thank you for that, Steve. And obviously, even if this building were to have contributing status, that does not preclude the idea of a 3rd-story addition of some sort, whatever that might be.
True, although we would probably look at it a little differently
Sure.
than as a non-contributing building.
Absolutely, that makes sense. Okay. All right. Does anyone else have any questions for Ms. Giordano? All right. Thank you for your testimony today. We're going to continue on with our next speaker, who is Arnab
Mukherjee.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I didn't want to
Hi, Chairman.
pronounce that
Thank you so
incorrectly.
much for your time and for the board. We are actually the neighbors that live at 2122. We're longtime DC residents. Actually moved to DC for college in 1999, and met my wife Laura in college, and we've been here ever since. And we're raising our kids in the neighborhood. We actually just moved into this house earlier this year. We had been living in another historic district in DuPont Circle for the last 15 years, and moved over here because we were hoping for a quieter neighborhood, and then just really fell in love with this neighborhood. We were a little shocked when we learned of this addition. I think I can only call it very bold and provocative in our mind. I just wanted to clarify a few things that were in the record. First, our house 2122, the addition occurred in 1988, before this was designated a historic district. The historic district was designated in 1989, and we obviously had nothing to do with the addition because I was 6 years old when that happened. But basically, the other part that I just want to clarify, whether it's reasonable or not. I'm obviously not a historic expert, but we did get an opinion from historic experts. And if you look at the original charter for this district, there are 700 something properties. 690 of those were deemed contributing. And the only reason 79 were not deemed contributing was because they were not 50 years old yet. And on the first page of the actual application, it says verbatim that these 79 properties are likely historic, but they are technically not historic at this time and must be reevaluated for historic status as they come to 50 years of age. Now, I agree that that hasn't happened, but I think that, that was the original charter that was sent to and approved by, the federal government to make this a historic neighborhood. And, I do think that, it should be evaluated, based on that. Obviously not a lawyer or a historic expert, but just as a citizen, logically, I would think that it would need to be evaluated for historic status. The other thing I want to note about the historic status is every single house that was more than 50 years old was designated historic at the time, whether they had been altered from the original, not altered, part of triplets, part of doublets, anything really. So if that standard is held, really any house that's older than 50 years old in this neighborhood that conforms to the look of the neighborhood and would potentially, I would think, be historic. But again, I'm not the expert on this, but just reading it as a layperson, the charter, that's what I would think.
You've reached your 3 minutes, so I'm going to ask you to bring your testimony to an end.
The other thing that I'd like to mention that really worries me about this.
Not a new thought. Not a new thought, right? It's just said you reached your 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Can I just say one thing?
Quickly, yes,
So
please.
the other thing I'd like to mention is that the ANC chairman asked you guys for another extension in this because there's unprecedented dissatisfaction with this in the neighborhood. We have 33 people in the neighborhood who've already signed a petition that they wouldn't like the third floor. We also have, the neighbor across the street who's lived there for 35 years, also against it. And the ANC hasn't had a chance to talk about this because they don't have a meeting scheduled in December. Their next meeting's in January, and they requested this, but they weren't. Apparently, you can only have a 45-day wait without the discretion of the board. So I guess that's all I can say.
Yep, thank you. We have lots of other people, so I'm sure they will add to what you've already stated, but thank you for your time. Any questions from the board? Great.
No, thank you.
And the next person I have registered is Laura Dallard.
She's actually my wife, so I was just,
Oh, okay.
yeah, we were just gonna do one.
Got it. Okay. All right. Then Veronique. Actually, I have Veronique and Olivier. Same last name, so I don't want to make any assumptions, but
yes, that's just part of. I'm originally from Belgium, and a Belgian woman never changes their last name, even if they got married. So I'm
I
keeping
didn't
that.
change mine either, so I understand. So would you like to speak, and then
Yes, please.
Olivier after you? That's great.
No,
Okay.
Olivier unfortunately cannot join us today. He's on a business trip and he cannot make it. So I'm Veronique Permans, and I own and live in the attached row house 2118 on S Street. We are DC residents for the last 10 years, and 3 years ago we moved from 14th Street to Sheridan Kalorama, and we enjoyed the historic charm and the tranquility. And we never expected that it could be threatened by a major transformation next door, since we are in the middle of a historic district. We actually oppose the proposed addition because first, it would forever change the aesthetics and the height alignment of our attached row houses. Our houses are part of originally 3 two-story row houses built in 1959. One was altered, as you can see on the pictures, but the 2 others are still intact, except for a small added portico on 2120, because contrary to what the architect mentioned, 2118, our house, was never altered nor got any additions. The garage that was mentioned is original and was built in 1959 as well, so there has been absolutely no changes. We are also afraid that it would potentially create structural damage to our house, as our houses were built together and share structural walls. We also think that it would set a precedent, and we believe it goes against the spirit of the neighborhood. The houses are now 65 years old, and we believe they are part of the district's historic charm, and that they should be assessed as such. The houses are built next to the Spanish Steps on a hillside, and they are in a direct line of sight when you come down the hill on Phelps Place. The fact that the houses only have 2 stories allow for a view of the city beyond, and a 3rd story would block that view for everyone coming down that street. I think a unique aspect of our neighborhood also is the variety of housing. There are very large detached houses, there are big townhomes, there are also smaller row houses and apartment buildings. I think it's very important to preserve one of the few more modest 2-story row houses, especially since there are already a lot of available bigger houses. And I think that if you would allow 2120 to almost double the size and add a 3rd floor, there is unfortunately no going back. For me, preservation is not about making things look old and original and alter to what you think the house should look like. It is more about keeping the historic integrity and preserving original size and the variety of the houses in our historic neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. That was right on time with 2 seconds to spare. Thank you for that. Any questions from the board? All right. Thank you for your testimony today. I am going to ask that Kendi French speak next. Do we have Kendi French?
Yeah, she's sitting right next to me. I'm Simon Wu. I'll read the next opportunity. So here's Kendi.
Okay,
Hi.
perfect.
I'm with the Historical Association, the Sheridan Kalorama Historic District. So I'm
Okay,
Cindy
so
French. Go ahead, sorry.
are you speaking on behalf of the association?
Yes,
Okay, so I will give you appropriate time.
sorry. I'm Cindy French,
Cons-
President of the Sheridan Kalorama Historical Association. The SKHA works hand in hand with the DC Historic Preservation Office, the ANC, and the Sheridan Kalorama property owners to ensure that new construction and alterations to existing buildings and landscape are done in a manner determined to be compatible with the reasons for which the Sheridan Kalorama Historic District was designated. The SK Historic District was designated in 1989. The Historic District was designated for the rich social and architectural history of the Sheridan Kalorama neighborhood. At the time that the nomination was written, the Sheridan Kalorama Historic District consisted of 608 buildings and one site, which was identified as contributing to the historic significance of the historic district, and 79 buildings that were identified as non-contributing. The authors of the nomination noted that the non-contributing buildings were classified as such only because they were less than 50 years. The authors were clear that with very few exceptions, these buildings, those less than 50 years old, show remarkable compatibility with the rest of the historic district and must be evaluated for their individual contributions as they become 50 years old or as appropriate. Based on this recommendation, HPO should have initiated periodic reevaluations of the buildings originally identified as non-contributing to determine if any of them could be reclassified as contributing. When evaluating proposals for new additions, the DC Historic Preservation Review Board relies on the District of Columbia Historic Preservation Guidelines, additions to historic buildings, as well as commonly accepted standards of historic preservation practice, including the Secretary of the Interior Standards and Guidelines for Historic Preservation. The district's guidelines provide that additions to historic buildings should be compatible with the original building and the character of the neighborhood or the historic district. The 2120 S Street proposal third floor addition is one of a triplet, including 2122 and 2118th Street that was built in 1959. The triplet was included in the Sheridan Kalorama Historic District, but designated as non-contributing due to the fact that it was less than 50 years old. 2122S and 2118 flank 2120. Both 2120 and 2118 remain intact. But unfortunately, 2122 was altered by a previous owner in 1988, the year before Sheridan Kalorama Historic was designated. The Sheridan Kalorama Historical Association is of the opinion that previous alterations of 2122 should not relegate the rest of the triplet to unfretted and incompatible alterations. The proposed third floor addition clearly overwhelms the existing building and as such is not compatible with the historic district's objective to preserve the architect and social history of the area. The addition should be assessed for its effect on the historic district character of the neighborhood and the historic district. Approval of the addition would also deviate from the board's practice of denying highly visible additions that overwhelm the original building designs. Throughout the city, HPRB has rejected third-story additions to two-story resident properties under the premise that the visibility of a third-story addition would impact the character of the historic district or character-defining features of the property. The third-story additions are typically only approved if they are significantly set back from the front elevation of the house and low in height as to not be visible from any prospective street views. As part of its review of the proposed third-story addition, we urge the board to consider that there are numerous two-story buildings within the historic district that allow this pop-up addition would create a negative precedent for the other two-story buildings in the Sheridan Kalorama Historic District. Most people moving into historic districts neighborhood do so with the expectation that the character of the streetscape will be protected. The change proposed here would significantly change the streetscape, especially as one descends south on Phelps Place. The SKHA requests that you not approve this concept as proposed and asks that you postpone review to allow time for the ANC and the SKHA to formally review the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? The board? All right. Thank you. Mr. Wu?
Yeah, hi, I'm here. Hi, I'm Simon Wu. I and my wife Teresa, who's not with me today, we live right directly across the street from the 3 row houses we've been talking about, 2118, 2120, and 2122 S Street. We have a privilege to stay out the window and look at those beautiful row houses every morning. So we want to respectfully raise our objection to adding the 3rd floor, because obviously, 1, it will be visible from the street. And 2, to us, it will be really change the look of the whole block. I want to emphasize one thing. Those 3 row houses were built in 1959. They're not the only ones in the whole rows. The whole row actually has at least 4 row houses. With right next to 2122 S Street, there's a house that's addressed as 1743 22nd Street, but their extension house was built in 1904. A historic contributing property directly on the party wall with 2122 S Street. And also right next to 2118 S Street on the other side, the road, there's a embassy building from Costa Rica, who's obviously another contributing historic property. And behind those 3 properties, 5 houses property, there's the famous Carmen Davis house, which is a National Historic Register place. So my point would be, those 3 houses, they should not be viewed in isolation. They should be considered for the whole block, and the whole block is mostly consists of the historic properties. And by adding the 3rd floor, it will really change the whole look of the whole block. And so therefore, we respectfully want to raise the objection to the proposed change for adding the 3rd floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Wu from the board? Thank you for your testimony today. The last person we have is Teresa Gerstein.
Yeah, so that was my wife. She unfortunately won't be able to make it. So thank you.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. We will turn back to the applicant for any rebuttal you'd like to make to any of the comments from public testimony.
Yeah, I don't have any specific feedback for any individual comments, but overall, what we're proposing, we believe is compatible, attractive, and contributing to the character of the neighborhood. We worked with Steve Calcott, shared our initial drawings and designs with him to have a conversation and reach out with him, and landed on what you're seeing on the screen today. So we've taken great consideration to how this fits in the context of the neighborhood, meets the client's goals, and for the project, and we believe will be attractive and well done project in the neighborhood. So that's my only response.
Okay. Can you talk about your engagement with the ANC? We don't have a letter in the file from them, so
yeah,
like to understand.
When we started the process, we reached out to them in due time, based on the requirements that are set forth. So we met with them in their November meeting, and heard from the neighbors that spoke today. We're at that ANC meeting in mid-November. They requested that they delay the hearing that was scheduled for November with HPRB. So in that meantime, we met with the adjoining neighbors at the house to walk through the scope of our renovation work and try and be a resource to answer any questions on building up against the property line. And we also reached out to Kindy and the ANC members and offered the same thing, to meet them at the house to walk them through the process and open a dialogue in that manner. But we didn't hear back from them. But that's the extent of our ANC involvement.
So they delayed their decision or
They
deliberation
delayed
on
their
this?
decision. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, any board members have final questions before we deliberate?
The only thing, Jerry, that I think might be helpful is of the applicant. One of the public testimony comments was related to view shed within the historic district coming down Phelps Place, looking towards the district. But it sounded like from the applicants, from the public testimony, that your property was sort of at the head of the Spanish Steps. You're adjacent to, you're just a few doors down from the Spanish Steps. But
that's right.
Yeah, but I wondered if that was something that you thought about, or if you looked at that relative to the historic district when you were considering adding stories to your building. I know on Decatur Place too, there's a taller building down on the corner of 22nd and Decatur, but I don't know how many stories that building is off the top of my head.
Yeah, we did consider the height. You know, from a functional perspective, we need a certain height to make an occupiable third floor. What we were intentional about is being shorter than the neighbor on 2122, the immediately adjacent building. So we were stepping down from the height of the neighboring building, which we thought was, trying to create a little separation visually from that building, and not do a excessive ceiling height or level height. I have walked down Phelps Place multiple times to understand the view, and it's out on a diagonal, so there's some obstructed view, but directly on Phelps and S Street on the west side, there's probably a 20-foot retaining wall with residences that are in that gated community. I'm not recalling what that is, but they have a great view, and they're able to see beyond what we're doing.
And then the clear height that you have on your new space, it's a little bit difficult. The drawings, sometimes they'll show 10'6" clear, but it looks like it's 10'6" from the top of the third floor slab to the roof, not to the underside of the roof slab. Is that correct? So it's actually probably like 8'6" or 9 feet clear inside of that third floor.
That's correct. Yeah, that's a floor to floor height at 10'6", so we'd be less than that with probably a 9-foot clear ceiling.
And did you look at options of retaining sort of that parapet detail with the 3 little sort of acroteria elements that are there? I don't know if the center one is called an acroteria, but the corner ones are. But I'm not so fresh in my classical architecture comments these days. But did you look at keeping that and de-emphasizing the upper parapet?
We did. That was kind of our initial reaction. I've worked in historic districts for a dozen years, and on contributing buildings where sightlines and visibility is something you consider. So we did look at pushing it back. The challenge is that architecturally it looks like a more informal structure that was set back, and it didn't seem to give the right sort of feel for the neighborhood, by pushing something back and looking more like a pop-up as something that was more intentional, deliberate, and even using higher quality materials with the brick and cast stone elements that we're proposing here.
Yeah, Gretchen, I will take some responsibility for for discouraging that that option because it looked like a bad pop-up, and with the pediment no longer seen against the sky and seen silhouetted against a contemporary addition on top, it just it didn't seem like the right approach, and sort of suggested that visible pop-up additions are okay, and that since this is a non-contributing building, that the better approach would be to do a fully integrated design, something that really presents something that is more characteristic of how buildings are massed and fenestrated and composed on their front elevations throughout the historic district.
Great, thank you both. My last question of the applicant is, one of the other things that we learned in public testimony is that some of your neighbors' at-risk windows will be blocked as a part of this. And I wondered if you had the opportunity to have a conversation with your neighbors so that they knew that that would be part of the case or a result of the construction that you're proposing.
When we met with the ANC in November, that came up as an issue, and then when we again met with the neighbors, I guess the 1st of December, we also had a conversation about that. I shared some information was an opinion written by the Board of Zoning about at-risk windows and what the determination was. So I shared some information with them as well to give them some resources. We've had conversations about my client working to finish, take care of the cost of doing that due to the inconvenience of closing in a window, which is unfortunate, but that's an impediment to what a normal economical floor plate on the 3rd floor would look like.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, that's helpful.
Any other questions from board members before we deliberate? Okay. Then, if not, then I'll ask board members to turn on your cameras so we can begin deliberation. I will just start by saying generally this addition, I would agree with staff, appears compatible. And I would have no issue with it. The one issue that I do have, though, is that with so much community opposition, we haven't heard from the ANC, and understanding that the ANC hasn't taken a position yet, and that they are not meeting in December, so they didn't have an opportunity to weigh in on this. Since the applicant met with them in November, I would feel better if we delayed our decision until we hear from them so that they can provide us with meaningful input in this. It's my thought. I'll just see if others agree or not.
Yeah, Chair Heath, I agree with waiting for the ANC. And I also had a question about a point that one of the community members raised about potential eligibility and the potential for some of these properties that weren't designated as historic in the past to be contributing, and wanted to ask maybe Historic Preservation Office staff if there have been any attempts in this neighborhood to look at the eligibility of properties that weren't historic at the time of the original nomination.
Yeah, I asked Steve about that, but he said that that is not something that they have done in the past, and in their discussions about this property, they felt that it was this, and Steve, I don't want to put words in your mouth, thought you said this and the neighboring properties were this was less compromised, but the neighboring properties were compromised to the point that you didn't see them as potentially contributing. I'll let you fill in.
Okay, yeah. To answer the immediate question, we have not done a comprehensive analysis, nor has the community, which was the applicant for the designation. Instead, the board has reviewed a number of projects over the years affecting non-contributing buildings, and simply reviewed them to ensure that the alterations or additions that were being made were compatible with the general character of the historic district. Some of those have included adding an additional floor, including one at 20 Kalorama Circle that the board approved adding a third floor to. So again, I think that the standard that has been applied has been to look at each individual building and evaluate what its characteristics are that are compatible with the historic district. And if possible, if those can be saved, that's great. And then looking at alterations and ensuring that those alterations are compatible with the character of the historic district. But it has not been a comprehensive look at all the non-contributing buildings. And nor has there ever been sort of a recertification of a building being moved from a contributing or from a non-contributing status to a contributing status. But I think as Monique, you were summarizing with this row, we've not done sort of a comprehensive evaluation of this building and this row of 3 buildings. However, it is concerning that, you know, if something is constructed as a coordinated ensemble of 3, if 1 and perhaps 2 of them have been fundamentally altered, then that composition is certainly compromised. I don't want to sort of definitively say, oh no, this would never meet the test for a non-contributing building. But again, I think we have reviewed this the way that we and the board have consistently reviewed projects for non-contributing buildings, which is for general compatibility with the character of the historic district.
Thank you so much for that clarification, Steve. Yeah, and I just want to reiterate, I too would like to hear from the ANC as well. Thanks.
Chair, one question I have related to Gabriel, thank you for those comments. Those are really helpful because it made me think of one other thing that I forgot to ask was if this is having any going to request any zoning relief at all, or maybe Steve, you know, as well.
I can speak to that, but we're not requesting any zoning relief.
Okay, thanks. Sorry to make you talk out of turn.
No worry.
All right. So unless anyone disagrees, we will delay our decision on this until the new year when we are able to hear from the ANC. So I'd encourage the applicant to continue to try to get back in front of them so that you can hopefully get a statement of their support or opposition to what you've proposed. Until then, thank you. So we're ready to move on to our next application, which is a historic landmark in the Meridian Hill Historic District, 1610 Columbia Road. We'll hear from staff and then the applicant.
Okay, yes, this is a proposal, a concept application put forth by a contract purchaser to build a 9-story residential addition to the currently the Unification Church, what was built as the Washington Chapel of the Church of Latter-day Saints. Located at the corner of 16th Street and Columbia Road. The building is a landmark, seen here on the left. It's also located in the Meridian Hill Historic District as a contributing building. The proposal that's being put forth today is merely a series of massing studies. The applicant does not own the building, own the property yet, but is looking to potentially purchase it. And they're looking at redevelopment scenarios before developing, before deciding whether to purchase the property and developing more comprehensive plans. The building was built in 1931 to 1933. It was the first purpose-built Washington home for the Church of Latter-day Saints. It was designed by a Salt Lake City firm of Young and Hanson, the former of whom was a grandson of the church founder Brigham Young. It was intentionally designed to evoke the Mormon temple in Salt Lake City. It's sheathed in a quite unusual Utah marble, very beautiful and unfortunately very soft and porous marble that has had some deterioration problems over the years. It was sold in 1975 to the Unification Church and became the first church in the United States for that congregation. The staff report mistakenly says it was represented to us that the building was vacant. It has been pointed out to us that it is still used by the Unification Church for services. So apologies for that misrepresentation. In addition to being a contributing building to the historic district and a landmark building, it's also part of a really lovely triad of buildings, of church buildings that crown the crest of Meridian Hill at the corner of 16th and Columbia Roads that forms a really sophisticated urbanistic entrance from the north into the city, as well as crowning the crest of the hill as seen from the south. And you see the three churches here on the right, joined by the National Baptist Memorial Church and All Souls Presbyterian. The proposal includes, let's just move forward a little bit. And then these are views. On the upper left is the view of the Unification Church on the left, All Souls on the right, and the view to the south. The Baptist Church is just outside of this photograph on the left-hand side. And as you can see, these are, and as you all well know, these are very prominent landmarks, visual landmarks. The applicant has developed a series of studies for a 9-story residential tower that would read as a separate building, but it would have a light 1-story connection to the church so that it technically would be an addition. We looked at a variety of different massings with the applicant and ultimately concluded that the 9 stories was simply too tall and was going to impinge on the open space around the spire, the freestanding nature of the spire as seen from both the south and the north. We encouraged them to develop a 6-story option, which you see here, 5 primary levels and then a slightly set back 6th level. Which we thought was a much better solution and could be deemed potentially compatible, depending on how it gets developed, as it retains the spire as an open element, sculptural element seen against the sky without mass sort of impinging on it. It also largely leaves the spires, the smaller spires at the top of the main body of the building, also silhouetted against the sky. And then this is just showing the applicants have more views, but this is just showing sort of the difference between the 9-story option, one of the 9-story options, and the 6-story option. There is another component of this that we wanted you to focus on, which is the footprint, the proposed footprint of the building. While normally for a building or for an addition that's being designed to look like its own freestanding building, it would make sense for it to align with the front building line and align with other buildings flanking it. However, in this instance, we're recommending that the footprint of the building be set back slightly, as seen on the right. And this is because of the specific design character of the church building, which, as you can see in the site plan here on the left, has what I'm calling a porch element, but it's a projected element that reads really more of as a projection and an appendage to the main body of the church. And we believe that that should remain proud of any addition to the side of the church. So we're recommending the option that sets the addition back slightly from the building line. The facade of the building of the new addition could potentially have projections on it, bay projections and such, just like the church has this projecting porch to help animate the facade and project forward, but the main mass should be pulled back. So with that, we are recommending that the board give their general conceptual nod to the 6-story option. It's a little bit premature to give full-scale conceptual approval to it because there may be some further manipulation that may be needed as the design actually gets developed. But that is a direction that is potentially compatible and worth further exploration for presentation to the board at a future time.
Thanks, Steve. Is the applicant ready?
Yep, we're here.
Okay, you can start.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. That was a great introduction. I think you touched on basically all the major points, but I know we all know the site, so I don't want to spend too much time on this slide, but this shows the existing conditions. We're located on sort of a regularly shaped lot, the church being located to the north of that lot, and then behind it is this sort of, well, at the moment, it's a vacant surface parking lot, and then there's some images to the right that showcase that. Columbia Road is to the northwest, and then we have 16th Street, which sort of runs north-south to the east of us. Next slide. Again, Steve touched on this, but the idea, what we're proposing is basically twofold. The first is the enhancement and the revitalization of the existing church by converting its use to residential units. And then we have this new addition that we're proposing just to the south of the church, which would also be a multi-family, multi-story structure. And there would be some sort of a meaningful connection between the two structures. Next slide. So looking at sort of an elevation diagram here, you can see what we had originally proposed was a 9-story building, which maximized the allowable zoning height of 90 feet, and it aligned with that new building, the Silva, right behind us. And the idea was to sort of create a 5-story base that would relate to the sort of bookends of the Scottish Rite to the left, but it also relates nicely to the existing base of the church to the right. And then the stories above that would set back, and we have a few different ways we thought through that, all to sort of as an attempt to kind of scale back and step back the building and preserve the church as kind of the focal point of that intersection. Next slide. So looking at these next two diagrams, it's really about the street wall and how we're positioning the front of our new addition. So this option 1 shows us pulling back the front of the addition about 10 to 12 feet to align with that cruciform shape of the church base. And then the Scottish Rite building, obviously projects beyond that. Next slide. Option 2 shows the addition on the property line aligned with the sort of street-facing colonnade of the church to the north. And in our minds, this kind of helped create a little bit of a stronger edge and a stronger street wall there, but obviously it reveals less of the church's base. And you'll see that in the next slide. So this option 1, again, is pulling the building back so you can reveal a little bit more of that church base, that cruciform shape. And then the next slide shows option 2, where we pull it up against the property And again, it sort of enhances that street wall, but at the same time, it hides some more of that church base. Next slide. So looking at the overall massing, particularly how we're carving in the upper floors, in option 1, again, we have that 5-story base. In this option, we're setting the addition back off of the street. And then we do a large setback on the 6th floor. It's about 25 to 30 feet of a setback. And then the 6th, 7th, and 8th floor continue up. And then there's an additional setback on the 9th floor to create sort of like a faux penthouse reading. It's not a penthouse by zoning definition, but the idea is that it creates kind of like a third reading at the top. Next slide. Option 2 is basically 2 equal setbacks every 2 floors. And then next slide is option 3, which shows more of like a cascading effect where we set back every floor. And this even more reveals the steeple from looking to the north. Next slide. And just quickly touching on, some initial thoughts of materiality. So the idea you can see at the top left is, we were thinking we would treat the 5-story base as more of a heavy masonry type of reading with punched openings. Maybe it's a material that relates more closely to the Scottish Rite in the church. And then the upper levels would be more of a light and airy, glassy, transparent reading. The idea being, it fades away, it reflects the sky, it reflects the steeple. And then the next slide. So at this point, as Steve mentioned, we had a pretty productive, back and forth conversation with HPRB, and they wanted us to take a look at a scheme which would reduce the overall bulk of the building, reduce the density, obviously, to see how that would impact the church. So in this option, it's a 6-story scheme. Again, we retain that 5-story base that relates to the adjacent buildings, and then there's basically just 1 story above that sets back. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see the 3Ds. So again, in this option, we're also pulling back from the street. And then the next slide shows the overall massing. So you can see, in particular, the left image, the bulk of the building is greatly reduced. I think it more preserves kind of viewing that steeple in the round. It's surrounded by sky as originally intended. And even though those little pinnacles on top of the roof there are preserved. And then the image on the right looking north, that 6th floor is almost basically invisible from the street. Next slide. And so these are just a series just to kind of recap the 4 options. So again, the 9-story scheme looking on 16th Street to the south. Next slide is option 2, 9-story. Option 3 is the next slide, also 9 stories. And then next slide is the 4th option. So you can see the scale of the massing is lowered. And I believe next slide, I think that's all we have at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from board members before we take public testimony? Okay. Then we'll come back to the board after testimony. First, we'll hear from Rebecca Miller. Is Rebecca Miller on?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi there. How are you?
Oh, perfect. Good morning.
Good morning. Excuse my voice, my croak. I'll be short and sweet, I promise. My name is Rebecca Miller. I'm the director of the DC Preservation League. The applicant visited with us on Monday to show us their proposed massing. And the Church of Latter-day Saints steeple critically contributes to the collection of the 3 steeples at the intersection of 16th and Columbia Road, announcing to those driving north on 16th Street that they are now entering into a district of significant ecclesiastical structures. The grade and the significance of this structure make it critical to understand how this addition will impact the perception of the historic structures. So our comments are as follows. The committee believes that the setback from 16th Street is more appropriate than if it would form a street wall, given the particular nature of this block. Alternative 4, which shows the building rising 5 stories at the street with a 6-story setback and a low rear penthouse, best protects the sight lines and minimizes the visual impacts of the building on the adjacent structures. Future renderings should consider the real sight lines of pedestrians given the grade change from both south and north. And as the design develops, this is from our contractor, the team should really consider where the crane might go in this tight space. That's obviously not our purview or yours, but contractors are like that. So anyway, we look forward to working with the applicant on this as they develop this further. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Miller? All right. Then the next person we have is Jacob Tegman.
Yes, good afternoon, board members. My name is Jacob Tegman. I'm the chairman of the council of Washington Family Church. And then I've been in this church for almost 20 years. Been watching this church for almost 20 years. And then the community in general is kind of shocked to just hear about this new coming residential. To convert this church to the residential is a complete shock for us. Because at the beginning, when the founder just purchased this building, it was for the spirit of the community and for the members. And I don't see that here we're talking about any spirit here. I think we're talking about how to have a building around here. But the fundamental element here is the spirit as a church. And we're gonna lose this spirit by trying to just build a residential, to eliminate that fact, whereas it was a fundamental, core value when the founder just created this building. So members are opposed completely to that idea. They don't really like this idea. And then other thing is what we heard that this building was abandoned. What is not really true, because we've been in this church for a long time, and we've been just have a service down there. We have a Thanksgiving down there, and then we're gonna have a Christmas coming. I don't know what this idea was coming, like this building was abandoned for a year to be transformed to the residential. This is not true. I believe after the death of the founder, many people from the New York community and other people try to just destroy this community, and we succeed the most because we destroy a lot of people here, but try to divide this beautiful, community, multiracial community here, divide us because of the purpose of selling this building. The first time they did, it was the symbol on the top. At the beginning, I believe during the earthquake, when the earthquake hit DC, they said this symbol is gonna come down because it has been break. We're gonna just fix it. It never come back on the top. Because we believe they do have people down there, around down there, the church, who don't understand the core value of spirituality. Try to just bring everything down. Since they bring the symbol down, since that time, they don't want to put it back because the only idea is just to sell this building and they destroy the spirituality of the members. This building have served too many people here, the community. We have a wedding down there. We have a meeting down there. We have children down there and do a party. There's a lot of things going to that building here. And then this thing going to be changed to the residential. So we are lose compared to this value we found what we oppose compared to that. So we request to the board, please, we do have a lot of issues we have to deal with ourselves as a member unification church. We want this decision to be postponed. Us just resolve our own issue. Actually, we do have an issue at the court level based on this building. And then we restore the building because we do have some issue about this. This have been restored a couple of years ago. We restored from the top to the bottom. All the external facade was restored. The purpose I want just to maintain it. And as you know, even though the Mormon will left this building here, but they keep coming down there because they want to maintain the spirit. We have the house open to them all the time because some of them believe this core value cannot disappear. We open our hand to them. They come down there all the time from Utah, from Europe, from anywhere in the United States to just walk this building. Why do you want to just sell this building? Why do you want to transform this building for residential? Where are you putting this spiritual value have in this building here? On this building in 16th Street, is the street of churches. If this building is gone, and then what's going to happen for the spirit of the value we just preserved? As Steve mentioned, this is the first building for Unification Church. People come from everywhere in the world to just see this building. We oppose to that, please. We beg you to just postpone this decision. Let us resolve our internal issue, and then we can just probably come back to that again. But please, this decision needs to be postponed. We would really invite you to just do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Tegnan from the board?
Maybe Terry, just a quick statement that certainly, at least for myself, I appreciate your passion and I recognize it, and I understand your statement. We have a fairly narrow lane as it relates to use and changes of use within buildings as it impacts the historic character of the district, the architecture of the district, and they're primarily related to physical attributes within the space, not the use and the function that much of those things that you're talking about. I know those things can be closely interrelated, but I certainly encourage you to continue your participation within the ANC because there is a larger purview and broader view and opportunity for you to share those opinions and have them heard, and for constructive dialogue to be held in those environments than your testimony here. Not to say that what you haven't said here is important, but I'd encourage you to continue to be active within the ANC.
We do. Thank you. We do. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Gretchen. Great. The next person we have registered is Reverend Sona. Is Reverend Sona on? Reverend Sona?
He has an emergency. I don't know if he's back online.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll keep going then. Solomon Akane.
Present.
Okay, you can speak. You have 3 minutes for your testimony.
Good morning, board members. My name is Solomon Ekane. I'm so appreciative of the privilege to say what I think. I'm a member of the 1610 Columbia Road. I've been worshiping there for over 10 years. And I come to say that I oppose any alteration or sale of the property, especially as it's not even compatible with the purpose for which it was bought. So I want to also confirm that it is a historic and landmark building. And any new construction or demolition of this Unification Church is opposed by all the members. I say so because not only have they not evaluated the activities going on in that particular building, but we worship there and we serve there and we serve the public ever since that building was transferred to the Unification Church. Activities that go on in that church every day, we have regular Sunday service, we have banquets, we have parties, we have church marriage blessing ceremonies, we have cookout for youth to the public, to members, family funeral celebrations, car parking services at the back for members, building residents, invitees. All of that space is very useful. So we are just shocked where they want to put all these services to the public, where we're going to go to for all of this. It is very shameful. But this is not a place to throw dirty linen in the public. Otherwise, this is a backdrop of a handful of some members who are taking advantage of the passing away of the church founder, Reverend Moon, to enrich themselves by selling church property wherever the place. But that's not our concern anyway. Our particular concern for this edifice is because it has a very significant meaning to our faith, to the church, and to the restoration of this nation. So just, it's just one of the gates that we're passing through on this issue. We've been dragged court summons, we've had letters of evictions to members, forced entry into the premises, changing of locks, documentation, bank.
Looks like we're having some technical difficulties. Unless that's the end of your, well, that is the end of the 3 minutes. So I'll say thank you to Mr. Akane. And though your testimony trailed off, I think we understand the point you were making. So thank you for your time today. Christopher Ngamgo, I'm definitely not saying that right, but Christopher N is the next person I have registered. We have Christopher N.
I don't see his attendant.
Okay, all right, then we'll keep going. Thank you for that. Henry Mungai. Henry M. TC. Henry Mungai. If not, Athanasius.
Hello, can you hear me? Henry's on.
Okay, all right, so we'll hear from Henry Mungai. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Hello, good morning, honorable board members and others in the meeting. I'll take a very short time. Just one is I want to put context, and second is state our request. For context, I do understand that this meeting is mostly about the historical preservation and therefore how it looks a lot more than the use. However, just to give context, it sounds to us like somebody went and found people discussing about how to preserve his body. I think you would understand that he would be raising his hands and saying, hey, I'm not dead. I'm still here. Before we preserve the history is ongoing. The church is in active use, as opposed to how initially was presented as abandoned for 10 years. It is very active in both the community and within the church itself. That's for context. As for our ask, I believe I understand. I'm the chairman of the building committee. I'm well aware there are physical aspects of the building and the spiritual ones. And I wanted to say that we will follow up with the ANC meetings and the other bodies of the government that relate to the use part and even the interpretation of ownership and what decisions can be made by who. But I believe it is squarely in the power of this board to delay for a few months because, as the chairman stated, we were just shocked. So we haven't even been able to follow the other areas that we could within the city system. So our main ask today is that this decision be delayed for a few months so that we have the chance to talk to the ANC, we have the chance to talk to anybody else who would be involved. We understand, as the statement said, that this process itself leads to a decision of whether to buy or not. And therefore, even though this is mostly a discussion about the effect of physical features, the additions, and how they would influence the look from the street, but it is also a step towards somebody deciding to buy something that we are critically opposed to selling, and therefore we felt that it is very important that this board know that, and if they honor us with that decision, hold up the decision for a few months so that maybe even this whole discussion will be moot. And that is our request in short.
Okay, thank you. And just so you understand, there's no design proposal before the board. This is really just a massing study. They're asking for what the board might find acceptable. So this would be a long process, or a longer process, I should say. We're just we would just be deliberating on what might be acceptable as a development on this site in terms of height and massing. The next person that or the last person, I think, is, I don't know if I'm saying this right, Athanasius Catalan? Athanasius. Okay, I was close. Thank you. Is that person on? Catalan.
I don't see his name. Do you have a phone number?
If he's on by phone, just speak up. All right. Then if not, we will continue. I will turn back to the applicant for any comments you'd like to make based on the testimony from those who spoke today. If you choose, you don't have to.
Yeah, we don't have any comments. Just to be on the record, I'm the developer for the project, and our sales contract with the seller will have between 2,000 to 3,000 square feet conference area. And I think the gentlemen who made the testimonies, they might not know that, because we are providing inside the current church to continue to have a service in the future. And they can contact me directly if they need more information.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Just for clarification, we are aware of that and are actually opposed to it. If we had
Okay, that's fine. This isn't, we're not having a conversation. So you, but you can certainly take that up with the applicant and developer outside of this forum. All right, I will turn back to the board now for any questions board members have before we deliberate.
Chair Heath, I just wanted to know, there's one person with a hand raised. I don't know if they were.
We heard from him.
Oh, okay then. All right, good.
That was Henry Mungai. I
Okay.
think his hand is, yeah, he just didn't take it down.
And
But
then
thank
some
you.
of the people that you mentioned, we do have letters from them in the box, and we've read their letters. Whether we've heard their testimony today or not, we certainly have been able to read those letters.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. We do. And others, many others. So any final questions from the board? If not, I'll ask board members to turn on your cameras so we can deliberate. I'm generally in support of option 4. I think this, agree with staff, this is the appropriate scale of any building that might be located here so that it doesn't impede the visibility and space around the spire. it allows its prominence to remain. So I would expect, though, that if this purchase were to continue and the developer were to move forward with any development on this site, that the ANC would be engaged, that the church, the community would all be a part of the sharing of ideas and development of what happens on this site. Doesn't look like much of that has happened to date, but I assume that's because this is so preliminary.
Yeah, Chair Heath, I
Go ahead,
agree.
Gretchen.
The image that we're looking at is the one I think that I also prefer. I guess continuing on with DCPL's contractors comment, the other thing that I think isn't yet considered and likely because this is early on is if once you get above this number of stories, you begin to get into high-rise construction, and there's different material types, access, generator locations, and emergency generator for a high-rise building is significantly larger, and transformers. All of those things take up space and have clearance requirements around them, and it's a fairly awkward infill site. So all of those things I think would further complicate and create more of a challenge to create a sympathetic, contextual infill structure that where this seems to maintain more opportunities given some of the larger code requirements and compliance issues that would also be required in addition to the massing and everything that supports all of that. So I think this seems to be the opportunity with the most potential to increase density and offer additional housing opportunities within the district. Because also I do agree with the comment from DCPL. I think it was DCPL, but I don't think that what we're looking at represents either. And again, I know this is early on, but it doesn't represent accurately the topography and really the prominence of the steeples and that relationship. And so as it's developed, not only the human perspective is important, but also making sure you're working on an accurate topographic plane to represent the relationship of these three churches, their prominence and viewshed within the historic district, not from on high, although as we've heard from many of the members of this community, and churches on high is very important, but from a pedestrian point of view or vehicular point of view, as you experience the historic district, this is very important.
Agreed. Anyone else have comments?
I also like, I'm sorry for my
Go ahead.
But I also like that it's a backdrop for the church
Mhm.
and not a backdrop
Agreed.
that obstructs the view shed of the steeple from 360-degree views. So as an icon and a landmark from multiple vantage points, this would still be visible. But the new building is not trying to be a sort of a landmark of itself in and of itself. This should be a background, discrete background infill building, I think.
Agree.
To be contextual.
Yeah, completely agree. All right. Then I will make a motion to support the staff report and ask for a second.
I second.
Would you both be amenable to just a note that we would encourage the secular communities and those that have testified from the community to continue their dialogue through the ANC about
Yes.
the functionality of the church? It sounds like from the testimony we heard from the applicant that there is some of that already in the thought process, but it certainly is an important function within the community as well to maintain or offer that opportunity from an urban planning perspective to keep that going. And it's not really squarely in our purview.
Sure, we can amend the motion with that recommendation. And I heard a second from Patrick.
Yes, I
Right, okay.
second with those additions from
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Right, so the motion carries. It's 12:15. We have 30 minutes. I'm gonna need 30 minutes still. 30 minutes is what we initially had for our break. I still need 30 minutes. So if we could come back at 12:45 instead of 12:30, I'll do my best to try to make up our time with the afternoon hearings, but we will be back then. So 12:45 instead of 12:30.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
See you soon.
afternoon. It's now 12:45, and we're ready to resume our afternoon hearings for today. Our next case is in the Shaw Historic District at 1017 M Street Northwest. We'll hear from staff first, and then the applicant can present.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. This is Brendan Meyer. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Great. I'll get started then. Again, my name is Brendan Meyer. I'm the staff reviewer for the Shaw Historic District and Historic Preservation Office. This case is case number HPA 24-430 for 1017 M Street Northwest. The board last reviewed this case in September, and so this concept design is returning for further review. Agent Jose Alfredo Solis, on behalf of the owners Somi Landaverde and Ana Solis, seek continuing review by the board to substantially alter and add a one-story addition to 1017 M Street Northwest, which is a contributing building in the historic district. The one-story addition that's now in the concept proposal is a new component that the board has not heard previously. As we discussed and reviewed in September, 1017 M Street is a contributing property in the historic district. The northeast corner of M and 11th Street. It was built in 1890 and architecturally is a contributing building in the historic district. But at the last meeting, we also heard about the building's distinct social history as a site associated with a very significant sociology study called Tally's Corner, conducted by Elliot Lebov. His work was transformative to the social work field and very significant for the time. The events he documented in his book were centered around this building in Tally's Corner. At the September meeting, the applicant proposed that the building was beyond repair after years of neglect by the prior owner and requested that the building be recertified as a non-contributing building so that it could be raised. An engineer's report outlined the structural deficiencies of the building, and after careful deliberation of that, the board did not recertify the building and instead advised the applicant to return to the board with a concept plan to retain the parts of the structure that are intact, reconstruct portions of the building that cannot be repaired, and restore or replicate exterior character-defining features. After the September meeting, the applicant went about conducting further structural investigations with their contractor and had several design meetings with HPO staff. The applicant's investigations showed that a substantial portion of the 11th Street wall and its projections at the corner and north end are salvageable. The revised concept today is organized into three types of work: interior structural work, exterior structural work, and architectural ornament. The interior framing from basement through roof is proposed to be demolished and replaced with new framing to match existing floor levels. On the exterior, the brick bearing and face walls will be retained at the first floor on M Street and first and second floors on 11th Street. This area of work is shown in blue on sheet 14 of the applicant's concept plans. The formstone cladding, which is on the first floor, on the exterior of the first floor, is delaminating at several locations and will be removed. Above these repair areas, the walls require reconstruction. Areas of reconstruction are shown as yellow in sheet 14. Architectural elements that are still available as new materials will be replicated and include such things as a slate turret roof, plain metalwork, and stone trim. Again, yellow on sheet 13. Components that cannot be easily reproduced, like the stamped metalwork, dormer columns, and special brick shapes, will be salvaged from the building and reused in this building's restoration. Those items are shown in blue on sheet 12. An additional component of the revised concept is a proposal to add a new fourth story to the building. The first and second floors would be reconstructed and restored to their historic appearance. The existing third floor would be deconstructed and rebuilt to match the facade and fenestration of the second floor. On top of this, a new fourth floor would be built to match the appearance of the current third floor by salvaging or reconstructing its roof form, materials, and ornaments. The applicant presents a concept to reasonably restore and salvage what can be saved from a seriously deteriorated historic building. The amount of structure and ornament identified on the 11th Street elevation for restoration and reuse exceeds what the board had recommended at the previous hearing. Some small design revisions in the first floor are still needed to reverse 20th century alterations accurately, but these can be addressed by staff during permit review. This part of the concept is recommended by staff for concept approval. The proposed fourth floor, however, requires careful consideration by the board. In usual circumstances, adding a new floor on top of a small contributing building that has a highly articulated roof form, like this building, would be an incompatible alteration within a historic district because it would fundamentally alter the scale and dimensions of the building. If small buildings were treated this way as a rule, it could lead to the eventual erasure of small buildings as a facet of historic districts. This would be an irretrievable loss of character for any historic district like Shaw, which is defined by its variety of building types and forms. On the other hand, the circumstances of this case are unusual and exceptional. In its poor condition, if the building is not to be lost entirely, it requires substantial demolition, disassembly, repair, and reconstruction. It is the last survivor of a group of row houses and surrounded on both sides by tall modern buildings, so lacks some important context. In this isolated context, without historic buildings to directly relate to, reconstructing the third floor 1 story higher would be difficult to discern as different from its current height. As a corner Victorian building, its new height would not be unexpected because corner buildings of its era were commonly taller and more prominent than houses in the middle of the block. Under these very unusual circumstances, adding a fourth story, which matches the materials and appearance of the existing third story, is not incompatible with the historic district. I'll take one other second to note that staff submitted an addendum to the staff report yesterday based on events earlier this week that the board should have received the addendum. Essentially, a part of the building had a collapse in a known structural weakness of the property. The addendum identifies the photographs of this area of the building, how it looked in September and what it looks like as of this week. It was the area of the double window on 11th Street where most of the mullion and a portion of stone lintel and an area of ornamental brick fell out. As I said, this area of the building had already been identified as structurally compromised by the applicant back in September. And this area is currently slated for restoration in the current concept proposal. The structural brick exposed by the collapsed face brick is also partially collapsed. The collapse is localized to this area at least, and it has not yet been reinforced or secured for further collapse. The applicant has been advised that they may perform emergency stabilization work without a permit and apply for the required permit afterwards. So I just wanted to bring the board up to date on the events this week at the property. So to finish up, the staff recommendation is that the review board find the concept plan to repair and reconstruct 1017 M Street Northwest and add a 1-story addition compatible with the historic district on the condition that the new 4th story replicate the materials and appearance of the existing 3rd story and delegate final approval to staff. Thank you. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Brendan. The applicant can begin. Good afternoon, Mr. Bonstra.
Yes, hello. I'm Bill Bonster, principal at Bonster Harrison. With me today, our team, Sumaya Samad and Milan Glisic, and our clients Anna De Leon and Alfredo Solis. I believe they're all on today. We've been working also with contractor for the project, Dax, Dennis of Dax, who has brought in Atlas Foundations, Ed Perez. And we had submitted in this submission a few additional drawings, as well as the revised drawings that Mr. Meyer mentioned, that highlight the areas that we're saving, areas that we're reproducing, and what have you. We did see some demolition, some crumbling of the building just a few days ago. That is reflected in the addendum that Mr. Meyer published for the project. The areas that we had uncovered and suspected were going to fall did fall the other day. Our clients are committed to building this building back better than what it was. There are lots of deficiencies. What our contractors suggested is that a exoskeleton be installed on the outside of the building. And that's what they are recommending that we do at this point, so that the building can be disassembled inside the current perimeter walls. We've talked with Steve Colcott and Brendan about the architecture, about the details that are saved, about the new slenderness of the tower, which is quite compatible with historic districts. Historic districts and historic buildings tend to have more verticality. We believe that this project will actually benefit architecturally from that additional floor, and also allow our clients to offset the costs of construction of this building or reconstruction of this building, which are quite considerable. We've talked with Steve and Brendan about this. They seem to agree that there is a handsome verticality to the building. I highlight some buildings that we see around town that are actually not tall enough. The O Street Market Tower is one that stands out to me to be a very squat tower that probably should have been a bit taller, but it was not built that way for other reasons at the time. So we think that we'll get a better building. It will serve the purpose of the social significance of the corner for everyone, and that will be aptly marked, and it will be a contributing building to the vitality of the area. I'll turn it over to Milan, who may go through some specifics on the project. And if I left anything out, Milan, please add to the discussion.
Thank you, Bill. Good afternoon. My name is Milan Glisek, and I will not lead you again through the history of this building and everything. I believe you heard that more than once, and what's the current situation. So our goal is basically to preserve whatever we can, absolutely the first floor as it is, as a retail, and to preserve basically a layout that served as a retail to stay as that one. Basically to replicate the second floor once more with same materials or reproduction materials, so there is no change in existing, and to reuse all the elements that we can, like metal trim on where the Elliott is written, and majority of the window arches on the header, especially unique profile bricks that are used for that. Regarding the preservation at this moment, we are aiming to use basically a steel W beams on the outside of the building in a public space to basically structurally stabilize a west and south wall, and to use basically wood members between those beams, and to connect beams through the existing windows with interior reinforcement, and that of course will type of the reinforcement will be contingent upon the current situation with the foundation walls in the basement level, and that's our current goal and current idea, basically to rebuild whatever it's possible and to retain as much as we can on the west side up to the second floor, on the south side up to the first floor, to retain the turret entirely as we can, and the north bay, and to replicate whatever it's destroyed during this rumbling down. So on the page 28, I would say we have our envision how it would look. Basically the same materials. We will add memorial plaque or something similar to the ground floor on the prominent corner location, when we will basically point out to the story related to this site, not just the building, but the site for itself and the previous retail use. So Bill, if I'm missing something, just tell me.
Yeah, no, I think it's it should be clearly shown on the drawings what we're retaining and what we're salvaging and replacing. And I think that you can see from the images that are generated, it's a very compatible structure now to the new buildings of the area. So sort of conversely, the dialogue between the buildings, I think, is more comfortable. And since this isn't really about aesthetics, it's about a social significance, that's been preserved and will be a feature that the public can experience. The specific things that happened on this corner as were written in the Sully's Corner discussion.
Does that conclude your presentation, or was there more?
It's me, Anna DeLeon. Good afternoon to all. My name is Anna DeLeon, and I represent the family that owns the building. Yes, as I don't know if Brendan, he didn't show what happened this Monday, but everyone came out, starting with the fire department, police department, DPW, DDOT, mayor's office, Homeland Security. So, we're hoping that today you all will accept the proposal, as we would like to move on and be able to start, doing what we have to do in order to restore this building. It's very dangerous for the public. It continues to rain, and the building continues to deteriorate, and it's becoming a very big hazard for the community and the neighborhood and the neighbors. There was hundreds of people out there taking videos. It's on social media. We thought that the media was going to come out too, because it just was horrific today. I mean, they were out there for almost 9 hours trying to get this done. We're working on, securing the building, going through the process that Brendan suggested, as far as doing the emergency repairs, and then being able to, come to a conclusion and be able to move forward with your approvals.
Okay. Thank you all. Do board members have any questions?
I do.
Go ahead, Gretchen.
I just wondered, just a few technical questions. First of Brendan. Brendan, when you were looking at the interior structure with the contractor and the applicant, you're comfortable that the entire interior structure needs to be replaced top to bottom? From what you saw?
I know you're not a structural engineer.
Sure. From what I observed, I'm comfortable with that. The framing is dislocated severely in several places. It's rotted extensively in the roof area. It's deformed in the basement by the gross overloading of the first floor. Again, as you say, I'm not a structural engineer.
Yeah.
But I trust my intuition when I go into a building and I see those sorts of conditions. And I think the opinion that I gained from observing them firsthand was reinforced by the engineer's report and further investigations by the applicant's contractor. I don't see in anything that they've said or in anything in the framing. I don't see any way that the framing really can be salvaged.
Okay. Can you remind me, Brendan, on M Street, how many whites the brick is on the exterior wall? Does it change going up, or is it always two? I think it was two.
I believe the applicant's engineers testified in September that it does narrow. I forget where it narrows. I believe it narrows after the second story. Perhaps they could clarify, but I that sounds familiar from September.
Okay. Okay. I'll ask them that question then too. Okay, thank you. Then of the applicants, what's necessitating adding a floor to this building from the original condition in which it exists?
Well, the discussion that we had was in the extent of the work that has to be removed and what has to be rebuilt. I mentioned that I didn't mention that the current zoning does allow a larger building. And given the fact that it is accommodated for in the adjacent buildings that have blind panels, that floor could be added, and we have a more successful architecture. We have a seamless approach to its construction, and we have a financial package that helps the clients, our clients, pay for all the changes that are needed here. So it supports a solid project that will be beneficial to the city, provide needed housing and retail areas here, as is around that area. So it's a real win-win for all. That's our approach.
Okay. So there's some additional financial gain potential that's going to be directed back into the restoration of the building, essentially.
Yes, it's very expensive, as you know, Gretchen, to do these kinds of things. The heroics here are beyond belief for a small building, and the returns are very limited.
And then for the temporary shoring that's going in, is this temporary shoring making use of the existing window openings for the through penetrations? There are no new penetrations through the existing masonry wall, or are you anticipating new masonry penetrations to shore the walls?
Right. As Milan said, what they'll do is they'll have steel that will run laterally through the window openings. Those the window openings on the first two levels, and then they'll strap it with more steel on the backside, so it will be kind of cradled.
Okay.
We tried to get Elon Musk to design a catchment for this, like he does with the rockets, but that was the cost prohibitive. So we're going to do it the old-fashioned way.
It's unfortunate your client let the building get to the situation where you might have to make that joke about that. But in any case, the other comment I have is on the restoration. There's a note about replacement of the cream brick. Are you replicating the historic dimension of the cream brick, or is this a modern cream brick and modern brick dimension at these locations?
No, idea is to replicate what is there.
So you'll use the historical dimensions of the brick?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
that's
And then you mentioned also that you're keeping the turret. Are you essentially going to support the turret at the bottom with some temporary shoring, take it off the building, and then put it back on top of the building with a crane or something later? Is that the kind of methodology that you've been thinking about? Or are
well,
you reconstructing it with all the materials
with all the
that you
materials, I believe the reconstructed with all materials will be basically most likely scenario, because we don't really know what's going on with the structure in the turret, but we will preserve all the elements, especially the pitch of the towers and the trim around, and as much as we can of original material.
There's not anything truly exotic about what is there. We will reproduce what we need to for any replacements or needed new features. The metalwork will be carefully removed. The problem that they have to stabilize the building before anything is done. Nothing can happen inside the building until the facades are stabilized.
Certainly. And then, is there anything being done immediately? I can appreciate the representative who was speaking on behalf of the families' sense of urgency. I certainly, and I'm sure many others share the sense of urgency. But are there measures being taken to protect the building so there's no further deterioration or collapse in the interim while the temporary shoring is designed, the steel is procured, and the building is the facades are supported?
Gretchen, this is Anna DeLeon. We are working on that. Been advised by Brendan, and I'm working with someone else in securing the building, getting the bracing, and anything else that was on his report. Brendan, if you don't mind, can you show them the pictures that you put in your report of what happened on Monday?
I don't think Brandon has access to the visual portion of it, but we have them. No worries, unless there's, if you wanted to refer to one in particular, I guess I do have it up on my computer, and I could look at it if you want.
That would be it. I think someone is showing it right now.
That's me.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I
Those
have
are
it.
the
I just don't know
pictures.
how to upload it. I have videos. I mean, Gretchen, if you would share with me your.
And I'm worried about what's happening. I had dinner at Super the night it happened, so I know
okay,
it
so
happened.
you saw.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
and so I'm not wanting any others, and I know that, and that's why I was asking Brendan about the whites of the brick of the exterior wall, because I know that some of the walls are separating from each other as well. The inner width is separating from the outer width from your previous testimony. And if it's only 2 widths of brick, then it's even more friable and easily damaged. Once this gives away, if all these things are sort of shimming and settling on each other in a way that's not really fully understood, you could have something significant happen without any warning at all with this kind of construction. And so somebody needs to make some quick action to prevent this building from collapsing completely.
In the previous pictures with the other windows, that's also seems like it's going to come down soon. So yeah, we are trying to secure the building, hopefully by tomorrow or Friday, Saturday over the weekend, trying to get all of this done, and then hoping for a successful meeting today. And, if we can all just come together and, we have your support in order to be able to continue. I know it's a long process with the family, and I know we're just trying to comply with, historic's request. And at the same time, as Bill has said, and Milan, it is expensive, but we're trying to do the best we can. And we're trying to also, time is of the essence. So we're trying to get it done sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to be clear in my own opinion. I know we're not in deliberation, but the emergency stabilization is not dependent on the future design solution or the resultant project. I know it would be it might be beneficial if the two were more closely following paths together, but certainly the emergency stabilization of this is paramount.
Absolutely. The only thing is, we don't want no more notice of infractions because we've already received them, a stop work order of thousands of dollars that we didn't even touch the building. We didn't do nothing to it. And we got fined. Okay. I'm dealing with that as well. A lot of other moving parts besides, trying to stabilize it, trying to get this project through. We're getting hit from OTR and, now DOB, notice of infraction, OAH. So yes, I understand what you're saying. And that's priority of stabilizing and protecting the building from any more collapse.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Those are all the questions I have for now, Chair Heath.
Okay, perfect. Does anyone else have questions? All right. We don't have anybody registered to speak for public testimony on this case. So if there are no other questions from the board, are we ready to deliberate? Yeah. So I'll ask board members to turn on your cameras.
I do have one more question, and
Go
I guess of Bill or Milan. The footings for the new structural system, will that be new footings or new foundations below, or are you reusing any of the existing footings and foundations of the building? Sorry.
You're muted. You're muted, Milan.
Sorry, my bad.
I can hear you because you're in my office.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. So we are aiming to reuse whatever we can and to support foundation walls, even if it's needed, from inside to reinforce them if it's possible. But before we are basically before we are stopped from entering into building, I went inside and I saw that, for instance, the party wall next to the new building on the east side, it is crumbling inside of the building on the lower part. So I will leave that to structural engineer to solve it in the best possible way with our direction to retain everything what we can.
Okay. Thanks. Oh, sorry, just a second. Milan, that's why I was asking, because I remember from your structural report that previously you had a diagram of a new footing that was put underneath there when they built the adjacent building. And I know there have been some issues with that footing and foundation. And I wondered if there had been any assessment that you've done initially with your structural engineer about the foundation's ability to carry another story on the building, both on the perimeter walls and the weight of the new floor slab.
The idea is to reinforce in any case, because that party wall to the east side, we cannot make a clear assessment what actually they did. And there is a settlement about 6 inches on that wall. It settled down, no doubt about that.
Okay. Say, in behalf of the family.
We're not anticipating that any of those footings are going to be useful, but they'll uncover that after they get the facade stabilized.
Gretchen, for your answer from the family and myself, and we haven't talked about that with the structural engineer. Whatever is needed, we're trying to remodel this building, but whatever needs to go in new, and especially the footing, if needed, is going to have to go because, we want this building to last. So whenever the expert that says whether it's salvage or not, or if we can use it, and I'll have another meeting with the family this evening or tomorrow about our meeting today with you all. But that's a decision too that, of course, it comes out of our pockets. So, if the footing needs to be changed, then the footing needs to be changed because that's one part of holding up the building. And we want to build a stable building and a new, restore the old building to the new building for it to last. It's been there over 100 years. We want a building that's going to last for another 100. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Leon. Sorry, Chair Heath. That's the last of the things I forgot, I think.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Let me know if you think of anything else. It's good discussion to have. But if there are no other questions, I'll ask board members to turn on your cameras so we can deliberate. And
If it's okay, Chair Heath, if I can, I'm not sure if you had some things to say. I'll let you.
no, go ahead. Go ahead if you want to start.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So yeah, I remember our conversations in September, and I did actually see some of the social media posts come through. It's scary how algorithms work, about the crumbling of the facade. And even comments from the public, even though we didn't have anyone testify today about, concerns about historic buildings, but sort of echoing the sentiment of old buildings are an eyesore and they need to come down. And I remember our discussions in September revolving around the idea that there was absolutely nothing that could be done about this building. It was too far in disrepair. It needed to come down. And we've reviewed buildings that were too far gone, that we wish that there were interventions that happened several times throughout the process that could rectify them. And we even had a chair member comment on a different case that, if you're going to purchase a building in a historic district, that comes with the costs that are associated with complying with the compatibility in a historic district. And I recognize that there may be decisions that are made in order to recoup some of those costs, maybe additional living spaces that could be rented out. I know you had mentioned that there is going to be housing that's desperately needed in the city. I think affordable housing is desperately needed in the city, not necessarily more units, but that's not for us to decide. And so I think that in seeing how much the plans have changed from September to now, I see that there are commendable efforts that have been done here, significant changes that were, again, previously said there's nothing that could be done, to now seeing how much the owners and the contractors have worked with historic preservation staff to see creative solutions, to look at reusable materials and ways to solve this really, really difficult situation. So I wanted to first commend and say how much I appreciate all of the changes that have been made, and recognize that there's an urgency here in securing this building. That being said, I know that I'm looking at the issues that exist currently and fears around the load-bearing capacity of this building as it is. I know it's looking to be rebuilt as much as possible, but I wonder how, in two ways, how a fourth floor could be compatible or even necessary in this situation outside of the hope for recouping some costs from the repair. So in one way, I know that there are comments around that there are that this is a squat turret, and there are turrets that are taller. That there's space, physical space for a taller building, and the zoning of this district, but historic districts and historic properties are viewed within context, right? They're viewed within the context of that specific property, within that specific district. And while there may be other buildings or districts that have 4-story turreted buildings, I don't know if that necessarily applies to this particular structure that we're talking about. And if there are concerns about the longevity of the safety of this building, about how many floors it can support, and even if it stays true to the character of the building itself to add another floor. I don't know if I necessarily agree, even though it looks, historical. I don't know if it speaks to the historical context of this particular structure or neighborhood to add a fourth floor to this building. But otherwise, I think the idea of reusing as many of the existing brick and structure that's salvageable is a great idea. I think that in reconstruction and using those same dimensions is a great idea. And I think that there's a lot of positive direction moving forward in how we're viewing this. I think my largest reservation is the idea of whether or not a fourth floor needs to be added and if it's appropriate to add it to the structure.
Well, I have a question. Anna DeLeon, again, speaking to you.
This is,
I'm sorry.
This is just for board deliberation. There's no comments from
I would have spoke
anyone
earlier,
other
so
than
I
board
had the
members.
chance to say. Yeah,
No,
okay.
this is, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
But that's all I had to say for deliberation.
Okay. Thank you, Gabrielle. That was really thorough and thoughtful, and I think the conversation around the fourth floor is certainly one that we should have. Did you want to add or speak to that, Gretchen? Or in
No, I feel like today Gabrielle's like channeling my inner mind or something. But I have a concern about provenance, right? There was never a fourth floor, and though it looks nice, it's not the original construction, and so it might convey a false historic character. And Gabrielle, I think you might agree with that only because I noticed you did air quotes when you said historic, right? So and then I also have concerns about the feasibility of the capacity of the building to be able to carry the weight of an additional floor. And the only way I can think in my own mind, I'm not a structural engineer, and maybe I just play one on television once in a while, but you would almost have to have that floor sitting on top of some kind of table that would carry columns down inside of the building with new footings inside of the building, and then cross bracing to keep that from racking within the lower 3 floors, the historic 3 floors of the building, in order to get that to work kind of cost effectively and quickly, because otherwise you're reinforcing all the way down through a wall. That's why I was asking about how many whites it was. As I recall from the structural report, and I opened it up in the box while we've been talking, it is 2 at the top, and then it goes down to 3 or 4, I think, at the bottom. But still, you're reinforcing within that wall, which is already deteriorating as we speak, right? And so you're delaminating. You could do injection grouting to do that, but that's very expensive. So I just kind of racking in my mind the way that I might approach it if I were the architect for this client. I just think, to me, I understand the financial value, and I can respect that as an attempt and request, but I think that to me, adding a 4th story conveys an issue of provenance of the building, and I worry about the impact on the already sort of friable existing historic elements and the ability to maintain or even reconstruct them as they look now. In short, I agree with Gabrielle.
Thank you.
I think if you agree with me, Gabrielle, that's what I think.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. This is it's complicated to imagine the addition of a 4th floor, both for all of the reasons that you both have cited to. I certainly appreciate the need for them to expand, given the financial obligations that they're going to incur for the work that they've proposed. I certainly commend the applicant for all of the work that you've committed to doing to preserve this building. I agree with Gabrielle. This is it's tremendous to see the major shift in the ability to be able to preserve so much of what we thought was not possible. And then to propose to match existing really goes a long way toward making this, preserving the history of the site. So I definitely commend that. I was going to support the staff report, which appears to support the 4th floor. I think the structural issues the applicant will certainly have to work out. But I agree with you, Gretchen. It's questionable that the structure could support another floor. I would just leave that up to them and their capable engineers to determine.
And it's not even that whether the existing structure could or couldn't, which I think it probably is at capacity already. But then the addition of new structure within that space and the impact on the reconstruction of what needs to happen seems equally challenging.
Arnique, is there time for a comment on this issue?
No, unfortunately, Bill. You can certainly take it up with staff, though. I do want to hear from other board members,
Yeah,
though.
I'm sorry that's the
Um,
case. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Chair. Yeah, I've been listening to all the comments with much seriousness, and I do appreciate everything that has been said, especially by my fellow board members. I think to your point, Madam Chair, after I took a look at the drawings that were provided before the meeting today, I was inclined to support the recommendation of the staff report. But I think even hearing what other board members have said here today, I still wonder in regards to it does seem like the additional floor is a sticking point. But in looking at that in regards to the context of the neighborhood, I wonder how much we really can hang our hats on that. It seems like a lot of heavy lifting has been done by the team in this regard to do their due diligence for the existing building. I think I'm not there yet to suggest that the additional floor is prohibitive. But then I would say to the team, maybe there is, and again, not to send them back to the drawing table, but maybe there is something more that can be provided to the board to allay our fears about that, I wonder.
Patrick, for me, it's not so much a fear, but it's the compliance with the preservation requirements. And there could be, I guess, other issues at hand that could be considered if they went down the path, something like the mayor's agent. Unfortunately, that does take some time, and they've let the building get to this really dilapidated condition where they don't have much time now. And so maybe they focus on the reconstruction of the floors while they wait to hear back from mayor's agent. I'm not the client and I'm not the architect on it, but I think just because, in my opinion, just because this is the last of the 3-story buildings with a turret in this neighborhood and there's no others remaining, doesn't diminish the importance of this style of architecture being one of the last that remains in this area, right? Or because of the variety within the area, this is the last of this type of variety of the multiple types of architecture which exists in that area. I think doesn't minimize the issue of provenance by adding a 4th floor, because when you look at it, it looks like it could be a 4-story building with a turret, but historically it wasn't, right? So for me, that's the crux of the issue. But there could be something in the mayor's agent that's considered financial hardship. All those things could be cases that could be made with a larger purview, which is why we have the mayor's agent, right? Because it's about maintaining a living city and a balance of those things. But within our purview, I think of the preservation law that we're required to review, I feel like, me at least, I'm sort of having a hard position to add a story. So.
Understood.
Yeah.
If I could add, Member Williams, I just wanted to echo, like what our purview is, and what I think we need to look closely at what the contributing factors of this property are to the district. I do think it looks nice as a 4-story building, but what is the specific history of this building within the context of the district and why it was determined to be contributing in the first place? That's what the importance is, to preserve why it's contributing. And there are other factors at play that, and especially a sense of urgency that exists here. I don't necessarily know if the urgency that's called for in this situation would be delayed whether or not we said a 4th story is allowable or not. I feel like we're talking about 2 separate issues. One is compatibility with the historic district. Another is the ability to move forward. And I think, as Gretchen pointed out earlier, none of our discussion that is happening right now should impede or inhibit the ability for someone to put up internal stabilizing features to prevent this building from collapsing. I think
Absolutely
that's what
agree.
everybody's concerned. I think everybody that is on this call, board or otherwise, is concerned about further deterioration of this building. And personally, after seeing so many cases come through and historically of what seems to be a trend of, well, we can let this building deteriorate so that way we can add things and make things in the way that we want them to be, and instead of being compatible with the historic district, is something that's of really, really large concern, is something that I've definitely observed being on this board. And so I think we're talking about two separate things, right? Is a fourth floor compatible with this contributing property and its status within the historic district? And the second is, what changes are necessary to stabilize this structure and to move forward and progress for the owners and the contractors to progress in making building. I think that a 3-story building, I think it's been demonstrated by the presentations that a 3-story building with reuse of all of these materials and creating, and replicating materials to match is possible. A 3-story addition is absolutely possible. And maybe they determine we can do enough internal changes that would stabilize it enough to make a 4th floor. Okay, maybe it could be stable enough to make a 4th floor. But is that 4th floor compatible with why this contributes to the historic district in the first place? And if this is the only 3-story turret that exists within this district and now becomes 4 stories, what does that say about the historic character of this building? So not to sway your opinion, that's just my observations of all of the testimony that we've seen today.
So what if we were to say that we fully support moving forward with the general concept that's been proposed here? We all want this building stabilized, and we want it to be preserved or recreated in line with what they've proposed. But that we have them continue working on the 4th story as a possibility. I'm not opposed to it. I think part of the issue, part of what I heard you raise, Gretchen, that I was struggling with is that it's made to look like it was always a part of the original building. And should a 4th floor be something that's a different expression? Is that possible here? That you have a 4th floor that's more modern, so it allows the building to still remain the 3-story building that it was, with a clear 4th story addition, rather than being made to look like it was a 4-floor building all along.
I guess then it would be set back from within the existing footprint of the building then too, and even more so would be sort of a separate structure that would drive down through the building with its own independent footing systems, and so may even less so impact the progress of the restoration of the 3-story building with the turret, right? I have a hard time thinking about how big that could be, where I would be comfortable with it though.
Yeah, I don't want to do anything that further delays the stabilization and repair of this building.
I don't think our action and consideration does at all. This is a building falling down, and this owner needs to stabilize their building. They have the responsibility of ownership of a building within a historic district and need to maintain the structural integrity of it, right? Like,
absolutely,
that's on them, that as owners. And I know that several, things have happened with the construction of the adjacent apartment building, and I feel horrible that those things have happened and shouldn't happen, but they are where they are. But they need to maintain a safe building.
Absolutely, that is critical. Right, so then, it sounds like, well, it sounds like there is a motion that we could support. Um, that may not include the fourth floor. Since that seems to be the part that's in question. I'm not, like I said, I'm not opposed to it, but I would ask, either Gretchen or Gabrielle, do you want to make a motion? That is not include, I mean, just to see where you stand.
To approve the
It's
restoration
not a,
without a fourth
yeah, that's
floor.
not inclusive of the fourth floor.
And say
And
that they
see
could
where-
come back with a fourth floor as a second
Yes,
request,
yes. Yeah,
or choose to go to mayor's agent to ask for the fourth floor as represented.
right. I think that's the other option. Yeah, and I was gonna, there'd be no other reason for them to go to mayor's agent, but yeah, that is a possibility. So,
Madam Chair, can I step in just so I
Yes.
understand? Brendan Meyer, with staff.
Mhm.
So is the motion on the table, would that allow the applicant to begin demolition of the framing, stabilizing the facades, and embarking on the substantial demolition that's being proposed?
Yeah, I just want to remove
Yeah.
one sentence that you said, stabilizing the facades. They need to get that going now. That has
Right.
nothing to do with us.
Right.
Nothing
You're,
to do with us today.
yes, you're exactly.
Nothing.
Yeah.
But by saying that, but I would think if we made a motion to approve the restoration of a 3-story building as it exists now, certainly they could demolish the interior structure given the testimony that we have, which is why I asked you about your understanding of the condition of that structure. I wanted to get your opinion on that specifically, Brendan, about that. So I don't think that prevents them from proceeding with the restoration of the lower 3 floors and rebuilding the structure within those lower 3 floors as they need to.
Okay. I think I understand.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Thank you for asking that.
Right. And then this motion also leaves open the possibility for them to come back to us with a different proposal for how a fourth floor might look on this building. Understanding the board's issues with maintaining the historic character of what has always been a 3-story building at this corner. Does anyone want to add to that? Any further discussion? Okay. So the motion on the table then is for approval of the 3-story building, preserved and reconstructed as shown in the concept plans today.
With the turret down at the third,
Yes.
with the 3rd floor.
Yes,
All
with
the
the
work
turret
they're
at
proposing for the turret at the 4th is down at the 3rd, basically.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
The third 3-story turret.
We just take out the new 3rd floor that they where they replicated the 2nd floor. That 3rd floor replicated as the 2nd floor would just come out, right, and it would shift down.
Right. Yes, exactly. Yes.
I would second that.
Okay. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone oppose? All right, so the motion carries. Thank you all. This is certainly a complicated little site.
Very difficult.
But we really appreciate the work that's been done so far to preserve the history of this building.
Definitely.
Thank
I want
you.
to thank Bill and Milan too. I think they've put a lot of work and effort into understanding this building and the integrity of what it can and cannot do. So thank you for that.
Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so the next application is in the Bloomingdale Historic District at 64 Seton Place.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's my case again. Again, for the record, my name is Brendan Meyer. I'm the staff reviewer for the Bloomingdale Historic District. This case is case number HPA 25-082 at the property 64 Seton Place Northwest, which is a contributing property in the Bloomingdale Historic District. The owner, Frederick Wilson, seeks a retroactive building permit approval for a new front door on a contributing building in the Bloomingdale Historic District. 64 Seton Place was built as part of a matching row of 12 houses in 1902. It features very handsome late Victorian architectural features that are resplendent throughout Bloomingdale. And the application today revolves around the matter that in the course of a larger renovation project for a rear addition, building permits were issued to the applicant in 2021 and 2022. And as it related to the front door, permit drawings showed that the original full light door, which is shown in figure 1 in the staff report, the original door was extant at the time of the permit application. And the applicant said in their drawings and permit application that the door would be replaced in kind to match the appearance of the full light door, which existed at the time. During the course of the work, a different door was installed, which is a solid wood door with a large circular panel. That new door is also shown in the staff report, see figure 3. The transom window above the door was also replaced with side rails that are noticeably wider than is typical of a historic transom. This happened during a permitted construction project, but the door and transom as they were installed did not comply with their approved permit drawings, and what was installed was not compatible with the historic district. So our office started a standard enforcement procedure to get the work correct with the historic district. To do that, we issued a correction order in March of 2024 while the permit was still under construction. And we advised the owner that the circle motif door was not in compliance with the permit or compatible with the historic district. And the correction order issued gives the owner an opportunity to correct the incompatibility and settle the matter. In this case, the unpermitted door was not corrected. And after a fair amount of time, a notice of infraction was issued in October 2024 to see if the notice of infraction could bring the door into compliance. Notice of infraction does include a fine since it is a violation. At this point, the applicant now seeks permit approval after the fact to keep the door that has been installed. This is a simple matter that the office uses the guidelines in our decision-making process. And the board has adopted 2 guidelines pertaining to this matter: the Bloomingdale Historic District Guidelines and the Door Repair and Replacement Design Guidelines. The Bloomingdale guidelines encourage owners that new front doors should replicate the original door, but it's not required, and that front doors should be compatible with the architectural character of the house and consistent with the 2018 guidelines. The 2018 door guidelines go into much more detail about the specifics of doors, front doors. The door guidelines say that replacement doors should match the original as closely as possible, be based on the building's character or original doors on similar buildings, and should be compatible in terms of materials, panel configuration, and the amount of glazing. The door that had existed at 64 Seton was an original full light door. This type of door is the most common historic door in Bloomingdale. This configuration of door is simple and commonly available from modern suppliers in wood and smooth fiberglass, with smooth fiberglass being a substitute material permitted by the guidelines. The door that has been installed does not match the configuration or glazing of the original full light door, has no historic precedence anywhere in the historic district. For comparison, 4 houses in this group still have the same matching historic full light door. Images of some of those are provided in figure 4. There's also a variety of compatible replacement doors also in this group of houses, which exhibits the flexibility permitted to homeowner choices for front doors. So alternative within the guidelines to matching the original door is to do a door that's compatible with the style of that door. So you'll see neighbors that have installed doors according to the guidelines. There's a slight flexibility in maybe the number of panels below the glass of the door, but they're very similar in character. Unfortunately, the installed door shares no characteristics of a full light front door, or the doors that are original to this row of houses, and does not fall within the range of flexible compatible options provided for in the board's guidelines. So in conclusion, HPO recommends that the review board deny the retroactive permit for the circle motif front door and associated transom, and advise the applicant to come into compliance by installing a full light door and transom as shown on their permit, or installing a door with a panel and glazing configuration compatible with the historic district and compliant with the design guidelines. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board might have, and I will now mute myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. Don't know that a presentation is necessary, but we certainly would want to hear from the applicant at this time.
Sure. Thank you. If you'll indulge me, I'll just take a minute to give a little background to help you understand kind of what's going on here. So my name is Fred Wilson. I'm the property owner here at 64 Seton. I spent meaningful time in Bloomingdale's at Howard Street in the 90s. I came back because I wanted to be a part of the neighborhood revitalization, and the fact that Bloomingdale's been designated as historic really was a bonus from my perspective. Unfortunately, I've been a target of an active minority of confrontational neighbors, and I'm led to believe that their animus is racially motivated. They've been attempting to use numerous DC agencies to harass and intimidate. So, these types of hearings have become somewhat common over the past 2 years, and have certainly delayed completion of this project. This is not the only issue that I have going on at the moment. I'm not a developer. I'm doing my best to establish a safe home for my young family and become a positive contributor to this neighborhood. This is just one more challenge in settling into my new community. While acknowledging that I'm not an expert and that you all folks at the HPO and the HPRB are, I did do some research in an attempt to select an appropriate door. And I should mention that, the architect identified the full glass door on that, and I never had an intent to install that door. That was just a mistake that I personally did not catch. I do not believe that full glass doors are secure and appropriate for my family. And if we were to have one, I feel like we would need, a security door in front. And honestly, I don't believe that is an attractive type of door and not a good look for the neighborhood. So anyway, my research suggested that Victorian doors were paneled and elaborately carved. I selected this door because it appears to have a single panel, and the carvings are elaborate yet simple, and I thought that they matched the historic character of the house. There's all that detail around the transom, there's other stonework detail, so I just was hoping to have something that had a little bit of detail, not too much, and was attractive and really contributed to the street. The store has been generally well received by neighbors. I've only received compliments from everyone on the street, and I've even received a few offers to provide supportive comments in either this hearing or before the ANC if helpful. I should probably also mention that fewer than 10% doors on the entire street comply with the historic guidelines as they stand now. So, this door is not unusual in that it does not or may not comply with your guidelines. I guess just lastly, I'd say that a requirement to replace this door would be a significant and harmful expense for my family. Again, I'm not a developer. We live here, and we've been dealing with delays and these types of issues for the past 2 years. I don't think it would do anything to benefit the street, just because most of the doors on the street don't comply as it stands now. And moreover, I just add, I mentioned this before, I really have safety concerns with a full glass door. There have been burglaries in this neighborhood in the past 5 years. That there are still robberies. I have a wife and a young daughter. Being forced to put a glass door in front of the house just doesn't feel safe to me, and would require us to put some kind of security door, which I don't think looks good for a neighborhood. It makes a neighborhood appear less safe. So that's really all I have in response. I don't have a formal presentation. The picture of the door speaks for itself.
Thank you. Brendan, a question for you. I know you've proposed the glass light door as the compatible solution, but as I look down the block, there's a variety of doors. And in light of, and there are some that have glass lights that have the security gates out front. Certainly we understand the need for them, but we would hate for them to install a glass door and then have to put a security gate out front. Is there another solution that you think, just a solid wood door? I mean,
Right. So the guidelines lay out that a solid panel can be substituted for a piece of glass. And in a case like this, and again, why the staff report explored the premise within the guidelines that you don't have to precisely match the original door. That's encouraged. But if you don't precisely match, you could do something that's close to it. In these cases, what the guidelines say and what staff does during permit review, if an owner is uncomfortable with a large amount of glass, that's fine. We say keep the geometries of the historic door, but instead of the large piece of glass, turn the glass into a solid panel. So that way the configuration of the door is still historically accurate. So the guidelines already make that consideration for a personal need for security. That would be one alternative, and should address the issue. The variety of doors on the street is essentially because many doors were replaced before it was a historic district. So a lot of doors that were installed before the board had jurisdiction on the street are unfortunate. But the guidelines anticipate that all doors someday will need to be replaced. And when the non-compliant doors need to be replaced, and that work is done by those owners, we will apply the guidelines to them as well, and we will seek to have new doors installed which are closer to the original. And in that way, by judicious application of the guidelines to all owners, we could take baby steps and improvements in the historic district. So eventually we can have, again, a block of houses where the doors are historically compatible. In this case, that would be a full light door, but instead of glass, a solid panel would suffice.
That makes sense.
My only response to that would be 90% of the doors on the street are non-conforming. I mean,
as the staff has said, because they were done before the historic district was put in place, so they didn't have the same requirements that the board is reviewing with your project today.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like it's unfortunate that I'm getting pulled in here. To the extent that I need a variance or some approval to deviate, I certainly would request that. I mean, I have a full panel door. What we're really talking about is a circle, and
It's the stylized
yeah, and
version
I
of.
acknowledge that. I'm not disputing that. I think it's an attractive door. Most of my neighbors seem to agree. I would just hope that your board does not force me to incur the expense of replacing a door that is generally well received, and given the current state of the block and actually Bloomingdale more extensively, the variation of doors is so significant. I don't think that this detracts, in my opinion, my humble opinion.
Mhm. All right. Did other board members have questions?
Yeah, Chair Heath, I just have a few quick questions of the applicant.
ahead.
I wondered how the trim is applied to the door. Is it a solid wood core door, or do you have that information available about it or know that?
I believe it is a solid core wood door. As much as it costs, it better be.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful color and it looks like a beautiful wood grain. I walked by your house to check this out. Did you consider or look at the possibility of removing the curved trim and continuing the new trim and laying up a new piece of wood adhered to the face of the door as an alternate, so you don't need to get a new door, but you just modify the existing door that you have?
So I'm not sure I understand exactly what you're saying.
If the trim is applied, it's just nailed in. I don't mean just, because it's durably nailed in, I'm sure. It's a good quality door. It looks beautiful. The hardware looks beautiful too. But if you could take the trim and the circle out and lay up just a sheet of similar late veneered wood over the top to cover up the curved location where the curved trim was, and just continue the trim down. So it would be a solid wood panel with a rectangle of trim around it. You'd have a solid wood door and you'd be able to keep your door, but just modify it. Have a carpenter modify it.
Yeah, it looks like they're two separate pieces right now. You can see a seam.
Yeah.
I have not looked into that. I mean, I think maybe that is a solution. It seems to be a much less attractive solution to me. But maybe the expense would be less. I imagine the labor would be somewhat costly. So I can't speak to whether that helps with the cost issue.
Yeah. I know doors like this are expensive, and the hardware is even more expensive. So I know it all adds up to do that. So that's why I asked if you looked at something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly an easier way to a compatible solution. And I don't know what the cost would be, but it's more cost effective than having to replace the door. So it's a great option. Did you have another question or thought?
No,
Gretchen?
that's what I was just thinking, because of the importance of the applicant said about having a solid door, not a glazed door, just for safety and security. So
Yeah, I can certainly appreciate that. All right. Anyone else have questions?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to answer any questions that'll help you decide in my favor.
Thank you. We appreciate that. All right. Then
I will add, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The neighbors that have the glass doors next to me don't even, like, the property owners don't even live in those homes full time, and they're in various states of disrepair.
It's totally fine. The board has to deal with issues of compatibility and whether this is compatible or not.
Okay.
Your neighbors can speak to whether they feel this is compatible or not, but ultimately it's the board's decision.
If you think it would be helpful for me to get feedback from the
No,
neighbors, then
no. What I'm saying is it's the board's decision.
Okay.
So we do have one person who's registered to speak on this today. So I'm going to ask for Joe Levesque.
Thank you. I've lived in Bloomingdale 39 years. I have stores on my front door, two double. I've never had a problem. Years ago, you might have had a problem, but nowadays it's a completely different neighborhood, much, much safer. And they usually wouldn't break the glass, they just break the lock on the door just with a crowbar. Mr. Wilson, I'm the one that reported this door. I actually did not know who lived here, and it's
If
not
you
racially
could,
motivated.
excuse me, this is not a conversation between the two of you. You're welcome to do that on your own time. But
Okay.
right now you're speaking to the board. So,
Okay.
your testimony is to the board. Thank you.
Okay. It's a beautiful door. I agree with that, but I don't think it's compatible at all. I wish it were full glass, but if a permit had been applied for, it would have been clear what type of door would need to be installed. This is not the first thing that has been done in this property that was not permitted. There's about 3 or 4 different issues. They were significant, actually more significant perhaps than this door over the years. And I hope that, you know, there is a compatible door here. I prefer it to be glass. Most of the doors around here that Mr. Mayor is reviewing, there are glass doors. Some of them have a solid wood panel at the bottom. But just last week, another door in 2208 Flagler Place was incompatible. They're replacing it with a compatible door, and that should be applied here also. What applies to one applies to all in a historic district. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any questions for Mr. Levesque from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Levesque. Mr. Wilson, we will allow you to respond and to make any final comments that you would like to before the board deliberates.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's unfortunate that my neighbors feel the need to play police with doors. You know, I respect the rules and understand the situation that I'm in. I just ask that, given the door and the lack of harm to historic character of the street, given all of the different doors that are out there, that you'll grant me a variance here and allow me to amend my permit.
Thank you. For what it's worth, we don't have variances in
Yeah, sorry.
historic preservation. So, right. But thank you for your sharing your thoughts today. I'll ask board members to turn on your cameras so we can deliberate. And you know, situations like this are always unfortunate. I'll let you start, Gretchen.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate that the neighbors aren't speaking to each other directly, that Mr. Wilson's neighbor couldn't just come next door and say, hey, I don't think your door's compatible, something looks different. And that Mr. Wilson then couldn't call, you know, HPO and say, hey, I just need to follow this up because it's a change for me. You know, there could have been a less contentious way of having this happen. So it's unfortunate that that hasn't happened that way. But I do think I agree with the staff report that it's not compatible, but I would really encourage Mr. Wilson to look at the possibility. It looks like a good quality door. Look at an opportunity to work with a carpenter to modify it in a way that makes it compatible. I don't think he needs to go to an all glass door. I think he could maintain the wood door and still be compatible.
Yeah, I agree completely. And I think the solution of modifying this door, as you proposed, Gretchen, makes a lot of sense as something to explore. So I'll make a motion that we support the staff report with the recommendation that the applicant look at a modification to the existing door, with the board acknowledging that a glass door, well, actually staff also acknowledge the glass door isn't the only compatible solution, but this acknowledges a way to achieve a non-glass compatible solution.
Before we go into seconding, is it possible to add not to put more work on the historic preservation staff, but it seems like some of the points that Mr. Wilson brought up about, a lot of the doors being incompatible, and the explanation we got about doors that will need to be replaced over time will then fall under the purview of permitting and approval through the board. I wonder if we can look into or suggest an owner guide of some sort, knowing that as new owners come into the district, as owners that already exist will be replacing doors in the future, that there's some sort of door guideline that's given to owners in the district, just as like a way to educate people, to let people know to hopefully avoid spending money on things that they might need to change, and to lower the reliance on expecting people to be neighbors that tell people in their neighborhood and welcome them with education rather than retribution. So that's just something that I'm hoping we can add.
Maybe reinforcing that, Gabrielle, with the Bloomingdale Historic District folks is the best way, because certainly when you buy a property, you look it up, you're in the historic district, and when you go to the HPO, there are guidelines for the Bloomingdale Historic District. It's a relatively new historic district too, but maybe it's an opportunity to reinforce that with the folks in Bloomingdale who are the historic organization that serve as a resource to the residents there. And just make sure that people know that those things are available for them. But that's a great idea, to be more proactive through the organizations that are already established. Maybe there's just a phone call that Brendan makes to somebody at that historic group to say, hey, this seems to be a recurring thing, just be ready to share this information. Or maybe you could go to door, or if you have a neighborhood event or a block party, maybe you could be there as a resource to let people know what's available for preservation support for them. Yeah, that's a great idea.
All right. So we have the motion. Did someone second?
I'll second.
Okay, thanks. So the motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right. Thank you. Sorry that you had to deal with this, Mr. Wilson, but
Yeah, this is
we hope that-
unfortunate. I mean,
yeah.
you empower some of the worst neighbors to just harass and intimidate their fellow neighbors for whatever reason they choose, and I
Sorry
don't think this
that
is
you're having to deal with that.
helping the street when 90% of the doors are non-conforming.
Understood. Understood. Thank you.
All right.
All right, so our next application is in the Cleveland Park Historic District at 3518 Newark Street Northwest. Is staff ready to present?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is Todd Jones with HPO staff. The property is 3518 Newark Street Northwest. The house is a 4-square that was built in 1912 and originally had an open front porch. In the 1960s, before designation of the historic district, the house was remodeled by architect Hugh Jacobson in a more minimalist fashion. Many features were removed from the front of the house at that time, including the front porch. The concept before you today proposes 2 major alterations. First, it will restore the front elevation to its approximate 1912 appearance, including through reconstruction of the front porch. And second, it will add a 2.5-story addition to the rear. Both aspects of the concept are compatible. The front porch restoration is appropriate because the work is based partially on photographic evidence and because the 1960s changes fall outside of the period of significance for Cleveland Park, which is 1880 to 1941. The work will result in a front elevation that will better relate to the character of the historic district. With the rear addition, its design will make it appear distinct from the historic house, while its features will still complement the original. The rear addition will be lower and smaller in scale than the original house, and its side walls will be brought slightly inward. These choices will help let the historic house remain the dominant massing on the lot, and the addition's use of dormers and a hipped roof help tie the new and old together. In summary, HPO recommends the board find the project compatible with the Cleveland Park Historic District and delegate authority to staff. Thank you, and then I'll turn it over to the applicant for more details.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Todd. We also had our owner, Nicole Alcon, present. I could make a presentation. I don't have control of the...
Just need to tell them when to advance.
Oh, okay. Todd, if you could go to the next slide. So this is the aerial view of the site. Location plan next. So this is the existing condition site plan. There's a terrace that wraps around. It was built in the 1960s. That's being removed on the side, and the new porch will be recreated where the old porch was. We're proposing to remove the 1960s addition on the rear of the house. The site plan at the bottom shows the reconstructed porch and the new addition to the rear. Next. This is the site plan showing the roof plan. This is the existing 1912 house. This is the proposed rear addition. It's lower and smaller than the existing, and the front porch shown. Next, please. Existing photos of the existing conditions. This is showing the front of the house. And you can kind of see the existing, some of the existing 1912 wall remains, and they sort of removed the porch and built a new terrace and steps that would be removed. The stone would remain. Next, please. More existing conditions, the rear addition on the south facade, which would be removed, and just some photos showing the existing condition of the house. The stucco is really in need of repair. The whole existing structure is really in need of repair. It's somewhat in bad shape. The existing west side, you can see, sorry, the existing west side shows that terrace that would be removed. That was built in the 60s. Next, please. This is some historic photos that we found, which shows the front porch that we are recreating on the front of the house. The stucco columns and the trim is painted wood, and it would have a flat metal roof. Next, please. These are the houses, neighboring houses. Our house is between 3516 Newark Street and 3530 Newark Street. There's a vacant lot between 3530 and our house. Next, please. Existing first floor. Next. Proposed. The first floor shows the proposed addition in the back. The front porch, the original front porch. We're creating an areaway on the west elevation, and an areaway on the rear of the house on the east elevation. Next. Existing second floor. Next. Existing, proposed second floor addition. The windows in the front and the bays, when we get to the elevation, we can see those, but we're replacing the existing floor to ceiling glass that was put in the 60s with double hung windows that match what would have been there, and we can get the size of those from the west elevation. Next, please. Existing attic. Next. Proposed attic. Next. Next. This is just foundation basement. So let's just see, this is the, where we have basement under the addition. And this shows you the area where. So this axonometric shows the massing of the house. The new being smaller than the old. The existing is pebble dash stucco, and we're proposing that the addition is painted siding with a roof to match the existing, which is slate. The dormer roofs are flat seam metal. Next. Another axonometric view of the home, showing the back of the house, the rear addition. Next. This is the front facade that's existing. You can see that the floor to ceiling windows were added. The front door, the architect at the time pulled the bay down to the terrace and created a door in the bay. What was there before was a door and side lights that weren't part of the bay. The roof, the second floor bay on the left ended at the roof. Next. This is the proposed front elevation showing the reconstructed porch, the reconstructed front door and side lights, and the new windows in the bay that would have matched the side elevation. Also the new first floor window that had the diamond panes. The first floor windows in this room had diamond panes. So we were able to ascertain that this window would have had diamond panes. Next. This is the existing west elevation. And there you can see the proposed. Next. Next. Existing rear, showing the 1970s rear elevation. Next. Proposed rear elevation. Next. This just, existing east elevation. Next. We're stepping the east elevation back 7 inches, so there's a difference in plane along this side. So this addition is 7 inches back from the stucco plane. Next. And there's some rendering showing the proposed addition and also the proposed front elevation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? No questions?
Not yet.
All right, okay. We do have a letter of support from the ANC and a letter generally supporting from the ARC. Both are in the file. There's no one here to testify on this application, so if there are no questions, we would be ready to deliberate. I certainly appreciate the work that you all are doing to bring this back to something closer to its original intent. I have no issues with this and would be inclined to support the staff report. Unless anyone has other thoughts to share, I will make a motion to support the staff report and ask for a second.
I can second that.
Thanks, Andrew. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Great, the motion carries. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Sure. And our last application for the day, also Cleveland Park Historic District at 3521 35th Street Northwest. Is that you again, Todd?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Todd Jones with HPO staff. The property is 3521 35th Street Northwest, which is one half of a duplex surrounded by single-family houses. The plans you'll see today consist of three major alterations that are intended to turn the currently single-family residence into a two-family. The alterations include a two-story plus basement with a third-floor balcony addition on the rear, a side addition branching off the new rear addition, and a rooftop addition that will transform an existing attic into livable space. The rooftop addition should be mostly hidden behind the historic hipped roof, though a flag test might be needed to confirm that. The proposed rear addition will use nearly the same footprint as an existing rear appendage that will be removed, and its overall design and scale is not unusual compared to other rear additions in Cleveland Park. The proposed side addition is a little more unusual. Cleveland Park has quite a number of duplexes like this that basically appear as attached foursquares. This one stands on its own in this block, but these types of houses are oftentimes found in little groupings. It's not typical to find side additions that exceed 2 stories in height on these duplexes. However, that's because these houses generally lack a side yard large enough to accommodate one. If this same addition was being proposed on a street full of similar duplexes, or especially row houses, then staff would be looking at this differently because it would disrupt the rhythm. But because this block is instead dominated by single-family houses, staff believes that the side addition is compatible in this specific context. 2-story side additions are common throughout Cleveland Park, so this should not appear as being unusual. The side addition will also be located well over 45 feet from the street. It will appear smaller than the original house and will exhibit contrasting materials but complementary fenestration. Staff does suggest that the board add 3 conditions to the concept if it chooses to approve. 1, that the proposed railing of the 3rd floor rear balcony should be replaced with a parapet wall. 2, that the rooftop addition should be set back from the front of the house to be either behind the existing chimney or to be back far enough to not be visible. And 3, that the 3rd floor balcony should not extend above the side addition. In summary, HPO recommends the board find the project along with these conditions to be compatible with the Cleveland Park Historic District and to delegate authority to staff. In the days since the release of the staff report, the applicant has already made some of the revisions outlined in the conditions. So I'll now turn it over to the applicant so they could describe the current concept and its latest revisions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Olivia Atkinson. I'm the designer and the owner of the property is Folake Fadayomi. Could we please start with the plat, which is further on down in the slides? The plat is, it's like, I think maybe the 16th slide. Yes, so the side addition will extend about 9.5 feet into the north yard, and the rear addition will extend 10 feet into the south rear yard. The first floor of the rear addition will include a rear deck, as Todd mentioned, and the 3rd floor will include a rear balcony. I'm going to be jumping around a lot in this. I don't know if that's all right, but I was hoping to go back to sheet A1, which is the existing plans. Okay. So these plans show the existing plans, which include the existing rear porch, which has a dog leg and rear deck. The rear porch is 2 stories, and it has masonry piers that go down to the basement. We intend on removing the rear porch and rear deck. May I get the next sheet, please? This is the house in its existing state, showing the front, rear, and side facade. I have tried to indicate where the existing roof line is for the attic. Next slide, please. So this plan shows the proposed addition. The intent of the rear addition is to refurbish the existing rear porch while adding more living space to the interior with the side addition. In total, the added square feet will be about 146 square feet, not including the proposed deck. The square footage for the existing rear porch is currently about 148 square feet. The cellar or basement shows the new created living area, 2 bedrooms, 2 bath with side entry. The first floor, the layout pretty much stays the same. We are including a powder room and mechanical room. May I get the next slide, please, the next sheet? On the second floor, we have 2 bedrooms, 2 bath with family room. And on the third floor, we're showing an ensuite bedroom with the rear balcony. Next sheet, please. So this sheet shows the roof plan and how the side addition will be hipped into the existing roof. It also shows the balcony, which will be an extension of the new proposed third floor. The new third floor will be created by raising the existing attic roof that was shown on sheet A2. May I please get sheet A7? I don't see 7, okay. So here you, no, that's not A7, sorry. It should be the side elevation, yes. Here you see the proposed side addition. The existing main roof is, I'm sorry, one more sheet after this one. Yes, okay. Here you see the proposed side addition. The existing main roof is maintained. The only slight alteration being the inclusion of the side addition roof, which will be hipped into the main roof. The third floor addition peaks out above the main roof at about 10 inches. Could I get the next sheet, please? The next one, A8. Yes. This elevation shows the property in comparison with the adjacent neighboring property. This design has been through quite a number of revisions, and with the assistance of Todd, there have been some, we've tried to make a concerted effort to make the proposed addition distinctive, yet still use attributes of the elements that are familiar with Cleveland Park. And so we'd like to go back to sheet 8.4a to show previous iterations on how we tried to deal with hipping in the roof. So sheet A4A, please.
For future presentations, it's really helpful if you just put your presentation in the order that you want it and include page numbers.
Understood.
It's really hard to follow otherwise.
Understood.
Yeah, Olivia, is it forward or backwards? I don't.
I'm sorry, it's backwards. It's backwards. I realize my PDFs are not coming.
Is it really important to show all the various iterations?
I guess not really. My intent was to show how we had worked in, as Todd had mentioned, the rear railing to include the parapet wall.
Is that this one? It doesn't have a number on it, but is this the
yes,
latest?
so if you go to the slide beforehand on this one, so initially the rear elevation had a guardrail for the third floor addition, but if you go to the next page, we are showing the parapet wall. We also tried a different version of the roof, hipping it in, and I feel we resolved that. But then I guess, so lastly, wanted to address the possible visibility of the third floor addition, which is the line of sight sheet LS1, which should be at the very end. As mentioned, it peaks above the existing roof at about 10 inches. And we were requesting no further setback on the condition that a flag test be conducted. And if an event the flag test shows visibility, we agree to set the addition far enough so no part of the structure is visible. This first sheet shows the third addition abutting the existing roof in a flush manner. And then the second sheet, the next sheet, shows the addition setback 2 feet 9.1 inches.
Was there more?
I'm sorry, that's the end of my
Oh,
presentation.
okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, great. Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Not at this time.
Okay. Did you meet with the ANC on this?
There's been some miscommunication there. We have tried a couple times to reach out, but short answer is not yet.
Okay. Yeah, that is an important part of the process and an important piece of the of getting to approvals for
Understood.
this board. It looks like the ARC met on your concept, but yeah, I didn't see anything from the ANC, so that explains it. You've been in conversation with them, with the ANC?
Yes, we have. With Mr. Nash, yes.
And are you on their calendar to meet with them in January? Or do you have a
I've
date
tried
yet?
reaching out to, I will reach out yet again, but I honestly am not sure. I mean, one would hope so, but I have to reach out to him again. I've reached out to him a couple of times.
Okay, all right. Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, if there are none, we don't have anybody registered to speak, so we would be ready to deliberate. I'll ask board members to turn on your cameras. And I think I just want to assess whether or not others would agree that we should be consistent here and delay our decision on this until the ANC can weigh in. It's a little bit different than the case earlier this morning, where there was significant opposition from the community. But I'm gonna get others' thoughts on this.
I would like to mention my client is on the call in the meeting, and she does have support from some neighbors and written support as well.
Okay.
I may have missed this, but is the next ANC meeting in January?
I don't know. Yeah.
And if I may, we've reached out to Rick Nash multiple times. I have sent independent emails, and so has Olivia on my behalf, and we haven't received a response. So on our end, we have documentation to show that we've been trying to adhere to the timelines and protocols. However, we haven't received any to date.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Do you know their schedule if they plan to meet in January?
Not offhand. I can definitely look into that, but not offhand.
Okay. Okay. They do, I mean, we do typically hear from them, so it's unusual that they wouldn't respond based on us typically receiving correspondence from them on applications that come before us in their district. So
Maybe with the holidays in mind.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'd be terribly inconvenient, but maybe to
wait until
postpone
next
for the
month.
next month.
That was going to be my recommendation, that we at least give them one more month beyond the holidays to get through this time. I know most may not meet in December, but certainly in January, most are back to business. So,
And Madam Chair, along that line,
yes.
since the staff report has indicated 3 conditions in their recommendation, would that also not give the applicant time to make those revisions, and might even, might even coincide with, I think if I read the ARC letter correctly, that they would also like to see those revisions as well?
Sure. I think at least one of them, they've made the railing, the parapet wall. I don't know if you can do the flag test within the next month.
We can definitely arrange for that. Yes.
Okay. So yeah, that's also a possibility that strengthens your the potential of getting an approval.
Okay.
And the page numbers.
I'm not sure why I do apologize. I don't know what happened.
No worries, no worries.
Sometimes that happens to me when I go between Adobe and Bluebeam. So I don't know if you're using those two programs.
That
but I
might
don't know.
be it.
But that happens to me a lot. Sometimes the letters and numbers turn to these weird characters.
Yeah, that is strange. Okay, so then with that, we will have you come back next month, and hopefully you will have heard from the ANC and been able to meet with them and have some position from them that they've taken on this, but certainly you know, further addressing the staff's comments will also help.
Marnique, this is Steve. Can I just ask a question that if the applicant responds to the 3 points in the staff report and the ANC is in support of the project, would it be possible to just put this on the consent calendar, or do the board members have any other comments that they'd like the applicant to consider?
I was going to make the same suggestion, Steve.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would support consent, certainly.
So
Don't have any issues with this.
we'll defer to staff to with the placement in the agenda, I presume then.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you,
Generally
members of
nice
the board.
work. We just like to make sure that the ANC has the opportunity to weigh in and that we can give them great weight.
Completely understand.
All right. All right.
Thank
Thank
you
you
for your time. Thank you.
Sure.
All right.
Thanks. And happy holidays to everyone.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Holidays.
Happy holidays.
See you all next year.
Sounds good.
Rick, have a good holiday.